Hi. Hi,
Hello.
Kiva. It's so good to see you.
I'm so glad to be here with you, especially on this weekend, which is all about celebrating moms. So, what a
Right?
perfect opportunity to be in connection.
Yes, absolutely. And reading your bio made me think of the same promises I made myself when I was younger, thinking, oh my God, I am not going to repeat this. I'm not going to do to my child, if I have children, what was done to me. So I would love for you to share with our viewers your journey with embodying your worth and your value.
Oh, well, there's a little
Pithy
question.
question, right? Really easy.
I think that's been an evolution over the course of decades. And I really have to thank my children for inspiring me to want to be better and do better and demonstrate the values that I hope that they carry forward in life.
Mm,
I'll tell people like I wasn't a very nice person before kids. I worked in finance. My goal used to be to eat other people's lunch, to win, to acquire, and all of the kind of lack of values that were playing out in my life because I wasn't the recipient of much parenting as a child. And so as I've worked really hard to be someone that I love myself and that I can be proud of and that my children are proud of, that is what I think is the answer to your question. The more
mhm.
that I see myself demonstrating being a person of integrity and ethics and doing hard things and being brave and courageous and taking risks, the more I experience a sense of self-worth and love.
Mhm. Ah, yes, absolutely. I love that. I so agree with you. It's that, I think it's so often in the world of entrepreneurship, you'll hear people say things like, embody your confidence, stand in your confidence. And I often, I reflect back on that and I think, well, the only way that one learns to feel confident is by doing.
Yeah.
And the doing emerges from being. How are you being?
Yes.
Which to me, always, it's like the conveyor belt back to childhood. What were the messages that the adults and the caregivers gave you that you took on and believed were your truth?
I think this is why so many women in particular struggle, is because we're told to wear confidence like a mask. It's a performance. And yet inside, we're experiencing so much doubt, even self loathing. And that is an unwinnable game. You can't willpower yourself to what I would call integration, right? Being the same person on the inside as other people experience you on the outside.
Mhm.
That's a journey. And I'm not 100% there yet either. But I can say over the last 15 years, it has become a wholly different experience that started with my desire to do things differently, both as a parent and a working mother, to start a business and fail a million times and get my tush kicked and have to get back up, and through divorce and death and all the things. I just turned 50 this year.
Happy
And
birthday.
thank you. What a wonderful thing it is to be 50, because I now really experience life when it gets hard. It's like, oh, here we are again. I know how to do this. I know there's another side. I know there's learning for me here. I know there's growth for me here. And yeah, it hurts and it's hard and it's painful and this doesn't feel good. And it's happening for me. And I think
Yes.
that's only something that I've learned in the last few years.
Mm. Wow, you said so much about authenticity, vulnerability, surrender,
Mhm.
which I know you teach. I know that's something that's part of the program, part of learning how to be a compassionate parent and a parenting coach involves that way of being. I know that we can do hard things is something that is Glennon Doyle's
Yeah.
podcast, and before Glennon Doyle had her podcast, that is something that we were telling our children.
Yeah.
You can do hard things.
Yeah.
You're not alone. I got you.
Yeah.
Right. As we say that to ourselves.
Right. One of the ideas I've been playing with lately, just in terms of how to talk about what we do at Jai, is this idea of raising adults. That
Yes. Resourceful adults.
Yeah. Shifting the focus from parenting the child we have to thinking about the adult that we hope for them to be helps us kind of get out of that conflict and chaos and overwhelm and stress into the bigger, broader picture. But there's another side to that, which is that in order to raise an actual human adult, we need to become an actual human adult, which means that we get to learn to speak and be in conflict and deal with adversity and embody.
Oops. Uh-oh. Come back to us, Kiva. Such an incredible point you were making. Huh. I believe that she was saying it was about self-actualization. Just not sure what happened to the internet connection. Well, I'm going to just wait for Kiva to come back. I know she will. I know that connection is going to come back on. It has been such an interesting experience with technology. And it just is that thing. We're going to get through this. We are going to get through this. She'll come back in. Let's just see what's going on. We lost her connection. She's going to come back. But, Kiva speaks to something that is very real and very true about parenting is something you do with your children. It's not something you do to your children. And the old school paradigm way of parenting was very hierarchical. It was very much about listen to me, don't question, I know better. And then we saw that the impact of people's childhoods reverberated through their children, right? As a child, I saw what I didn't want to be. And then it rippled out into the way I was with myself. I mean, the whole theme for this event, permission to embody your power, your influence emerged from a childhood of feeling disempowered. And Kiva, I was speaking to how you were in when we lost you, what you were talking about was the impact of the childhood and how parents oftentimes, I'm sure you've experienced this, is that when people come to, like a parent comes to have resolution with their kids or be a better parent, the fine print is what this becoming a better human.
Yeah. There's, if you think about it, it's like through most of modern human history, adults have judged children for not being calm enough, not able to control their emotions, having, being procrastinating or not having good morals. It's generation after generation that says kids these days, they're so fill in the blank.
Right.
And at some point, I think we have to look at that dynamic and think, well, maybe we're asking the wrong question. And maybe the question that we could be asking is, how do I start to exhibit and model the behavior that I hope that this child integrates over life and understand that they are not an adult brain in a child body. They are a child brain in a child body. Human brains are not fully matured until the mid-20s, and that's
I love that.
neuronormative human, right? That is, when people ask me, my 8-year-old can't remember to brush her teeth and she's so naughty. And I just want to like hug everyone and say, but and she's 8.
Right.
She's 8.
Exactly. It's so, I remember, I tell this story often because it's so amusing, but my daughter, as a lot of kids, is a very old soul. She came in, and I remember, I mean, she is by far my most favorite human to hang out with, right? Which is such a joy. And I'm so grateful for that. And I can remember when she was really little, like even 2, and we'd be spending like the whole day and it would be so amazing. We're having this incredible time. And then something would happen and I would be like just struck with, oh, wait, she's 2. She's 3. She's got this incredible wisdom, but she's exactly what you said. She's a child's brain in a child's body with a huge wise soul.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that what often the parents who go through a coach certification will realize is this profound moment of realization that they're actually parenting the 2-year-old or the 8-year-old inner child that was shamed, that was negated, that was diminished, that was demeaned. And so it's almost like a protective mechanism, right? As an 8-year-old, I was scolded, maybe even beaten for not remembering something. And so my child is not going to do this. And it's this really interesting entanglement, right? Where it's like the parenting that we didn't receive is being projected onto this innocent human who is just trying to figure out how the world works.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's why it's so important for brain science to understand brain science and the child development stages, which Jai Institute, delves into. And what's also really helpful is that both you and I, we meet at the same place, that it's not about techniques. It's not about teaching parent or caregivers or teachers techniques. It is about inside out.
Yep.
Right. So what have you, I mean, you've had a very successful business for 15 years now. So what led you to go from the financial world? I know it's the kids, but what led you to say, I am really not my heart is not feeling so happy. I don't feel like, what was that?
I mean, my mom is a beast. I was raised by, first wave feminist who moved us to New York City in the dark of night when I was 5 years old so that she could work on the copy desk of the New York Times. I watched her build an incredibly, what's the word that I want? I mean, her career is incredible. And she paid such a price, right? Having to go in with those 1980s shoulder pads every day into a newsroom full of men and fight her way. It compromised her relationships, her health, her time with me. And so I had this kind of duality of experience as a child where on the one hand, I saw what an empowered woman in a corporate model looked like. And on the other hand, because my parents were divorced, I saw what a very kind of like angry, stay-at-home mom who was just all the time and was so harsh to us because she was so dissatisfied and unfulfilled in her life. And I think that perspective uniquely set me up to say, you know what, I am going to be, and I'm going to do my best to be an excellent mother for my children. And I still have a responsibility to divest of my intellect and my creative capacity to make the world a better place. And so I just was determined to figure out how to make that work and to be able to be present for my kids when they were, I started my first business when they were 2 and 3 years old. They're 16 and 18 now. So to have something that's grown as they've grown, that I've been able to ebb and flow, our family has suffered significant losses and challenges. And, I've had to take my foot off the gas and then put it back on.
Mm.
And now I feel like, I've really built something that has legacy that will continue well beyond me. I talked to Charlotte, my daughter, who is, I know we've talked about this. Sounds like we have really similar relationships with our daughters about potentially, coming in and stewarding this when she's ready. And that just feels like, how the heck am I so lucky? But how the heck I'm so lucky is I was so brave.
Yes. And oof, what a gift, right? So that old adage, everything is happening for us and not against us. So I have my own experience with my mom, and how I can remember coming out of my childhood and questioning, because I started on my spiritual path so early. I was like, why did I choose this woman to come through? And yet choosing that woman paved the way for me to be sitting here with you.
Absolutely.
And it was a choice. Just like you had a choice. You could have ignored all the warning signs, beep, 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 signs going off, hello, danger, danger, like, and you said yes. And what's so important with what you're saying is that it's not just a one and done, right? Like you said, your family went through trials and tribulations, I like to say, peaks and valleys. So and that is the nature of transformation.
Oh, that is such my experience. It's like, I can't remember who I heard explain it this way, but it always made perfect sense to me. If you're in an ascension path in your life, at every level, there will be a fire to walk through. And you're either going to start, coming back down, right? Having that be a cycle that takes you downward, or you can use that to catalyze the next level of your growth. And I have that experience all the time. I don't enjoy it, but I've come to almost welcome it, because I'm like, okay, what's here for me? What's next? Clearly, there is a next level of expansion being asked of my capacity to be able to hold. And so, and I know, to be a person who can live that way, I hope inspires other people to not capitulate and crumble when things get hard. My beloved Steve, I was going through a really tough period in the business. We had gotten attacked by bots. It was like, I felt like something evil had unleashed in this beautiful business that we have. And I was a wreck. I mean, I was just, on the floor. And he said, "My love, you are the captain of this ship. Like, you must get up and steer the ship." I was like, oh, right.
Right. How wonderful, too, that your beloved Steve was able to hold space in that way without making you wrong. So, that old school parenting was so much about shaming. I had an experience recently with a colleague who basically spoke to me in such a shaming, power over way. And I stood there and I could feel in my body, I definitely felt like I was shutting down, but I could feel this, like this visceral response. And it took me about 12 hours to process, because I don't have people in my life that speak to me like that.
No.
And make it sound like it's good for me. That's like the old paradigm. I'm doing this to you for your good. I'm going to make you bad and wrong for your good. And it was just this, so how wonderful that your beloved Steve was able to say, honey, essentially he was saying, I believe in you. You got this. I'm here. Get up from thy bed and walk.
Yeah. No, I mean, it makes me a little
Lead. Get up from thy bed and lead.
I think that the gift of doing this inner work, the gift of walking your purpose, the gift of believing that your voice matters and that your work matters is that you call in a different energy of person
Yes.
into your life. And it does mean that a lot of old relationships fall away because the conditioning, right? Like that, like what you just talked about is like the mother of all gaslighting, right?
Yes.
I'm going to treat you poorly so that you can see how right I am and how wrong you are.
Yes.
Um, it's it's so ubiquitous in our culture, and trying to have someone see that who can't because they're still in the illusion of power and control and fear and judgment and shame. I have compassion for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't have it in my intimate space. I can coach it, but I am really so moved by finding a relationship partner who can meet me there.
It's so beautiful.
Hmm,
I know. I'm so happy that you found that.
I
It
know.
feels it feels like coming home in a very different way, right? So in
Yeah,
the work that we do, oftentimes there's that sense, if it's if it's hysterical, it's historical. So when somebody's having a, size 10 reaction to a size 3
yeah,
situation, or even a 7 to a 3, so it's historical. There's history to be unwound and unpacked,
yeah.
right? And then that sense of moving through your life to be able to receive and attract, it's that vibrational attractor,
Yeah,
right? You shifted, so the energetic, we're multidimensional beings in a multidimensional universe, so you shifted and you allowed that space for Steve to come forward.
100%.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
It's
it
so
really is.
amazing.
It really is.
Oh, that's so great. It's so wonderful. And it's also what we do with our homes when we make a decision. And and I want to say, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but for me, it's a decision every day. Sometimes it's a decision several times during the day. Am I going to react? As Howard Thurman, the great Howard Thurman, I just love him. But,
Mhm.
am I going to give as good as I get?
Yeah,
Right? Am I going to, or am I going to pause, practice what, the compassionate, connected parenting, but it's really reparenting, remothering ourselves.
absolutely. Absolutely. It's an incredible thing to create an ethos in your home
Yeah.
where you are the one wholly responsible for the feeling, the love, the acceptance, the communication, the compassion and empathy in that home.
Mm-hmm.
And what we know to be true, because we've been doing this for 10 years at the Jai Institute for Parenting, is when we, to the best of our ability, right? None of us are perfect. We're all going to have bad days and lose it. But to the best of our ability, when we cultivate that kind of culture in our homes, children thrive.
Yes.
When
Yeah.
children feel that real unconditional love, and when we as parents mess up and can say, you spoke about the vulnerability piece, when we can say, wow, that was not my best self yesterday. My heart is so sad that I spoke to you in that way. And I'm curious to hear how you're feeling this morning.
Yeah.
And we can really allow the impact that we made on them in and feel it, learn from it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they want to cooperate all day long, right?
Yeah.
Like, who wouldn't want to be in relationship with that kind of dynamic, whether it's parent, child, friend, romantic partners? And the other thing that I'm really proud of now is seeing how my kids have boundaries with friends. My daughter has her first her first boyfriend. They're so cute. And he's so good and kind and sweet and charming. And I was like, Charlotte, I mean, Cole is just adorable. And she said, I know, Mom, aren't you glad I waited a long time to find a good guy? Yes. Yes, I am.
That would be a whole hard yes.
Like, she's, almost 17 years old, and to have that kind of intuitive, insightful, self-worthy, like, okay, we're good. We're good.
Yes. Mm.
Yeah.
So beautiful. So beautiful. Way to go, Charlotte. Way to
I
go,
know.
Mama. It's so interesting too, because it is a constant work of the heart.
Yeah.
It's a constant work of the heart, because you might be watching us, and maybe you have kids or teenagers, and maybe, or even younger kids, maybe you haven't been exposed to what we're talking about, and you're doing the very best you can, and what we're saying might be bringing up some feelings of shame or guilt. That's okay. You can start over any time. There's no, as long as you're willing to have a new experience, there's no self-judgment. That is one of the biggest teachings, really, is let go of judgment. Right. And even one of the things, I know we don't have a lot of time left, but one of the things I would love to talk with you about is anger.
Yeah.
Let's talk about anger and conflict. Please tell me what you have learned about anger and conflict.
I mean, anger is one of the most powerful emotions that we can have. The reason that there's a GI Institute for Parenting that has trained 1,000 parenting coaches, that has impacted, goodness knows how many families all over the world, tens of thousands likely,
Isn't that
is because I
great?
was really angry, right? When I was 16, I was angry watching my brother be physically punished. I was angry at watching his spark be extinguished. And that anger catalyzed me into action. So anger is an important emotion, and it's one that we can learn to express and divest in ways that don't harm ourselves or other people. This is emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
I think that there's a really important distinction between anger and rage.
Yes.
And people forget that those are two different things, and often will label rage as anger. So therefore it becomes something dangerous and unpredictable and scary.
Which it is.
Rage is all of those things.
Yes.
Anger is not, right? Rage is the explosion of unexpressed anger. It's anger trying to be held in, that's like a tea kettle with the top on too tight and it's going to blow. That's rage. And so our work, if as parents especially, is if we can start to direct the anger before our polyvagal system explodes into the red zone, we can do so much better. It's okay to say our kids, I'm so angry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling tightness in my chest. My face is hot. We had an agreement. I'd love to understand what happened. Completely. I think that people think peaceful parenting means we don't get to feel those things.
Or that we abdicate any kind of boundaries. Like it's this permissive, whatever you want, honey, if that's how you feel. And it's not.
No. I mean, this is why I'm training parenting coaches instead of going direct to parents, because there are so many beliefs, conditioned ways of thinking about parenting that, quite frankly, a person can't move through without someone holding up a mirror, right?
Yeah.
Coaches provide, what's the word that Jung uses?
Reflection.
Affect, right? We affect another person with our story, and that gets reflected back to us. So yes, reflection ultimately.
Yes.
And this is why we do it this way, because peaceful parenting is still parenting. I actually think it's a preferable way to parent, because we're actually taking on the role of teacher, guide, mentor, right? I don't diminish my children when they do something wrong, but I do talk to them about values, about expectations, about boundaries, about limits. We create collaboration. We're forward thinking. We're solution oriented together. Isn't that how we all learn best?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, 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 and yes. Thank you, Kiva. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for Jai Institute for Parenting. Thank you for linking arms and walking forward in service to a world where kids are loved at the very depth of their being and parents are supported and being fully, wholly, and completely themselves. So thank you for being here today. And I know you have a gift, and I will. Everybody can go to Kiva's bio, and you will find the ebook that she created especially for us. So, thank you, Kiva. Happy Mother's Day to you.
Happy Mother's Day to you, Wendy. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you
I
so
look
much
forward
for being
to it.
here, everybody.
Bye. My heart feels so fed. It's so wonderful to be in community with people that are really committed to living the walk of compassion and connection and empathy and vulnerability, because it is, as Kiva and I were speaking about, it is not a one and done. It is the decision that you make over and over again to practice, right? Peaceful parenting, to practice remothering and reparenting yourself. So I am so happy that you are all here today to have experienced Kiva. It's just such a blessing to be on the path. And my next guest, it's also a blessing to be on the path. Her name is Shiva Rose, and she is such a beautiful spirit. Shiva Rose began her holistic lifestyle blog over a decade ago to chronicle her overcoming autoimmune issues. She started her non toxic beauty line, Shiva Rose Beauty, also a decade ago, and her book, Whole Beauty, is a bestseller, and she shared meditations, recipes, rituals, and more. And she is such a gorgeous writer and has such a beautiful spirit. So I am just inviting you to put your hands together and help me welcome Shiva Rose to the stage. And the crowd goes wild.
Thank you so much. That was such a beautiful introduction. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. I'm so delighted that you are able to be with us today to share your beauty, your wisdom, your experience with permission to embody your inner authority, your power, your influence, and create a powerful legacy. Will you share what your journey has been regarding that?
Sorry, it was a little topsy-turvy. Thank
No
you.
worries. No worries.
So the journey, I think it's sometimes the journey chooses us. I don't think I chose to be on the holistic path, but I was dealing with so many health issues and I wanted to feel good in my body, and one thing leads to another. And then I just wanted to, share everything that I learned through all of this. And especially being a mother, I feel like we want to feel good, not only for ourselves, but for our children, to be good mothers, to have the energy to do all the things we want to do with them. So they definitely inspired that too.
That's
That
so great. How old are your kids now?
My oldest is 26 and my youngest is 17.
Wow. Wow. So isn't it great to be on that journey? I mean, how has motherhood changed you?
Well, I think it really grounded me. I think I had my older daughter at 25, and I think that was such a blessing because by nature, I'm an Aquarius. I'm just always in the air, so I have a lot of air in my chart, and so for me, it was so grounding to have a schedule and a responsibility, and I think it was the best thing for me. It really got me on the path of a lot. And growing up in LA, I think I was ready for sort of a stable life. I had such a wild, crazy, chaotic childhood and teenage years, so that by the time in my early 20s, I was ready to just live a life where I could, be in peace. I think it's Rimbaud, the French author, has this great quote where he says, in your personal life, you should achieve to be very sane and stable, almost bourgeois, so that in your work you can be violent and erratic. And I always love that quote because I always felt like, because I was an actress, and I always felt I wanted that stability. I wanted that sort of just peaceful place to be at from my real life, so that in my work as an artist I could really go to crazy places.
I love that. I didn't know that you were an actress. And as I was just feeling into you and reading some of the things you wrote, I think of you as such an artistic soul. You have this very artistic, dreamy, poetic soul. And it's interesting, you're an Aquarian. My daughter is an Aquarian.
Oh,
So
what are you? What are you?
So I am a sun sign Scorpio.
Ah, okay, wonderful. My mom's Scorpio too. It's an interesting, and my moon is Scorpio, so that's a great, because Scorpios like to go deep, right?
Oh
They
yeah.
like to like uncover everything. And the thing is, it's actually a good match because Aquarians are so mental. So you actually probably have someone good to like bounce things off of.
It is. I mean, and it's so fascinating. I had somebody do my chart. They do something called what's it called? Real sidereal, which is very different. I've done Vedic. I'm a different sign in Vedic. I've done the real sidereal. I'm a different sign. And so it's fascinating to me because I've had astrologers say to me, "You're not a typical Scorpio." And I'm like, okay. So, all right. But, I think it's also fascinating how we come into the world and what's on our souls, right? So, I heard you say you had a chaotic childhood, and that informed your desire to have a stable interior, a stable consciousness.
Right. Definitely.
Yeah. And
Yes.
you're
It's almost like you don't know unless you've had the other extreme, right?
Exactly. And what made you decide to move from acting into, was it the autoimmune issues that
It was part of it. I was getting divorced, and I was raising these two little girls, and acting is so difficult on the soul. Also, travel. So it kind of was decided for me, and I never thought that I would not act. However, it was just it just made sense. I wanted to get closer to nature, so I started to grow my own food, and I started to teach my children in the Waldorf tradition, which was no media and connection to nature. So all these things led me to start a blog on holistic living called The Local Rose. And I decided, back then, this is pre-Goop era.
right, exactly. The OG.
But it was not popular. It was not like something. And I think, there was this wonderful man who helped me build my website. And he's like, even if you have one person, even if you have two people, that's all, just try to reach them. And it was such great advice because that's how it started, just documenting my life on a healing journey, all the autoimmune stuff came back after the divorce, trying to find a way to earn money, raising these two children. So I started the holistic lifestyle site, and then that led to my beauty line, and one thing led to another. And it's almost like the right timing too. I always say I think there was a synergy happening in Southern California at that time. There was just this energy where the wellness movement sort of just was taking off, and I feel very happy that I was in the right place at the right time too.
Yeah. Well, you certainly share wisdom so generously and so beautifully. The way that you write it just touches my heart. And you have it's information and inspiration at the same time. We have a mutual love for bodily autonomy and health sovereignty, and also woman life freedom. And and it's so interesting how we find each other. It's really that energetic. It goes out and it's like,
yes,
part of that same soul family with a desire to be more of ourselves
Mhm.
and then be that for our children.
Right. And that's what's so interesting about the last 3 years. I think it's torn people apart, and yet it's brought together this incredible community of like-minded people and souls, and it's quite beautiful. It's
Mhm.
like an exodus of the old version of life to this new version, and more people are realizing that health, that trumps everything, trumps, wealth, anything. You can't do anything unless you have your health. So some of us will fight to the end just to have that.
I really agree that I went through, I think it's an autoimmune issue actually, but I went through, in 2008, I was diagnosed with something, and it turned my whole life upside down. I mean, there were so many different things going on, and I had already been on a health journey from the time I was in my 20s, but this took it to a whole different level. And I absolutely agree. Without your health, health is wealth. Now, yes, having, the finances to allow you to go to different healers and different options makes a huge difference. And just like you started teaching your daughters about, health and about nature, there's answers in nature, and you created this beautiful line of products.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I mean, it came through meditate. I was doing a lot of Kundalini yoga at the time. So it came to me in a meditation and a download. And I was using oils, which at that time, believe it or not, just like 7, 8 years ago, even though this was about 10 years ago, a lot of people thought oils were so bad for the skin. And this is something, the petroleum oil is bad for your skin. And this is how this myth got started, because
Yeah.
people would realize, they put petroleum based oils and break out. Yes, that's terrible. However, if you go into Ayurveda or Persian or other cultures, they oil their skin with beautiful, pure oils. And so it started because I started a face oil 10 years ago, a rose face oil that I was making for myself. And I would gather the things from health food stores and create it. And then in Kundalini download, it came to me that this was my next endeavor. So
I love that story, and I love Kundalini. I started doing Kundalini yoga in 2000, and I started teacher training, and I did not complete it, but just the practice, not the teacher, but
yeah.
right, the information and the way that it works with my nervous system, and I believe a lot of other people's, is so profound.
So profound. Yes.
Yeah.
I always feel it's like people do a lot of plant journeys and ceremonies, and nothing opposed to that. However, I think Kundalini, it's almost like, I've heard this metaphor where they both get you to the top of the mountain. However, Kundalini, you're hiking up that mountain. You don't just wake up at the top.
Yes.
You have to climb, and that's what it gives you. It gives you that grit. To get.
Yes. Well, it's so funny. I don't know if you thought about this, but remember, and I think what he does is great. But Wim Hofer, how he's doing the cold dips,
Yes.
and in Kundalini yoga, that's been around for so long. You take a cold
Right.
shower,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
right? And it was
Cold
before
shower every
him.
morning. Yes.
Yeah. So it's so, what is so fascinating is so many of the old ancient ways are universal. They come back, cold shower, Kundalini yoga, but the yogis have been doing that for centuries, and then it becomes very popular.
Right.
We have, the quantum physics is validating what the mystics knew
Right.
since the beginning of time. And it's great. It's so
Yeah.
great. Meditation, when meditation first happened, I mean, I've been meditating since, gosh, the 79, 180. And when it, that was like oh, those were the weird people that meditated. And now it's like, how can you go a day without meditating?
Right. Well, I think the system is broken and enough people are desperate. So like the tide is changing. I really do believe that. I believe that, people are realizing that, oh, you go to Western, not all the time, but usually an allopathic medicine will just be a Band-Aid. It won't get to the root cause or the cure. And now people are searching, whether it's meditation to release anxiety and depression and, all those things, or parasite cleanse, because you have digestion issues and you want to find out why. So you get to the root cause, and the root cause is always like, mold, parasites, things for autoimmune. You get to the root of it. And I think now finally as a society, we're like going, well, wait, what caused it? Like what caused it? And being me with my inquisitive nature, I've always been like, well, why? Why did this happen? Why did I get lupus? Why?
Yes.
So
yes,
I think as a collective, we're finally waking up to that.
Mm-hmm. And I know you live in a particular part of the country where there's a lot of people that are asking questions, right?
Yes, I did. I'm part of the exodus that moved from California to Texas. And it's lovely. I love it here. I feel like it's the last remnants of America almost, where you're just like being that you can drive for miles and not see a billboard. You drive for miles and it's got that feeling of anything's possible.
Oh, I love that. We sure need a lot of that.
Yes.
We need a lot of that. Anything is possible because, if anybody's watching and you are, and you have become captive of mainstream media, I think Shiva, Rose and I can just like invite you to widen that lens a little bit and, go,
get to the root cause. Who pays for that?
Yes.
When people send me stuff, I go, okay, let me research who's paying for that paper, and then sure enough, like just research who's behind it. It doesn't take much nowadays. I mean, this is the instrument, right? That it's definitely dark in some ways, and yet it can also lead to light, like anything, like any medicine. So we have at our disposal, we can research ourselves and find out who's behind anything.
Yes. Just go past the Google firewall.
Right. That's true.
Right. Go past
DuckDuckGo or something.
Exactly. Go past the first 2 pages on a Google search and it will lead you to those places. It's just like Bobby Kennedy running for president and being one of the most brilliant, one of the most heart-centered, one of the most incredible humans on the planet. And mainstream media is not covering him.
They've tagged him, or his tagline of what he is, which is so not true. Of course, he was an environmentalist, decades fighting for our rivers and our oceans, and yes, he's definitely. I mean, that's my vote, and it makes me happy because I can be a Democrat again. I was sort of like, what am I? I'm an orphan Democrat right now. I'm a libertarian or an independent, but now I can be a Democrat again.
Yes, you just reminded me. I've got to make sure to switch my party affiliation so I can vote for him. Because a friend of mine recently told me that if you are registered as an independent, then you can't vote for
I did not know that.
I didn't know it either. I was like, thank you. Point taken. I will do that.
I just stopped voting, which is so against my nature, but I just got so disillusioned with the whole system. So I just didn't vote the last time,
Yeah. It's such an interesting time to be alive. And it's such an interesting time to be awakened, not woke.
Yes.
Not
big
woke.
Difference.
But awakened. And as you said, the invitation to research when you receive something. I have this conversation often with my daughter. I don't know if you have it with yours, but the kids have been so, and this also upsets my daughter when I say this, but I know this to be true. They've been so indoctrinated between Snapchat and TikTok and Instagram and the particular channels that they're on, that they're not receiving the full information. And so my daughter will say something to me and I will ask her what you just said. Who funded that?
Yes, I know. And in a way, it's mind boggling that you and I are the rebellious ones at our age. You
I know.
know, I'm always like, wait a second. You guys are supposed to be rebellious. You're supposed to go against the norms, and whatever the norm is right now, hopefully you're against it, because
Right. It's so
something wrong.
it's wild. It's such an interesting time. I remember my daughter and I went to a concert. I think she was still in high school. I'm trying to remember what it was. And there was a young guy, and I think I was holding a sign, or I don't even know exactly how it came about, but he was probably between 24 and 27, and it had to do with either the shots or the schedule, or there was something. And he came up to me and he was so hostile,
Oh
and he
my
was
gosh.
so young. And my daughter, again, she was, 15 to 17. And I remember her being so shocked and very protective of me, but so shocked that somebody this young would be so hostile about something they didn't even know.
Right.
They hadn't done any research. They
I
hadn't
know,
looked at
and
any.
that's what's so sad about it. It's
Yeah,
they want something, anything to be passionate about. So it's like,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Well, I'm so happy that you're passionate about bringing forth beauty, and that, just like when we spoke, we communicated, and you shared about how you're moved organically. Can you speak more to how you are moved through your life by your inner guidance rather
Mm.
than outer guidance?
Yeah, I do think it's a struggle. I mean, I think I fight with it like everybody else. You know, you see what we're fed as far as beauty and comparisons, and now, I get in debates with people all the time about AI. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that we should be celebrating AI generated photos. What's that going to do to our children? They already have to deal with filters, and so I am not an advocate of that. And I think, yes, listening to the gut and the intuition. I think the ways to do that are to get into nature, to get quiet, to see what feels good in your body. Um, I think I don't think I'm not opposed to, like, for me, I have a natural skincare line. I'm trying to do things naturally, but I'm not opposed to women who choose not to, because I do feel that when we feel beautiful, our immune system feels better.
Yeah.
Want to do more in the world. So I'm not opposed to things that, but I don't like the comparison of, ourselves to others. I think we should just feel what feels good with us, and,
Mhm.
feeling the best that we can be within this skin that we're in now,
Mhm.
if that's possible. But,
So,
yeah, I don't like the idea. I mean, just my skincare line is based on the Ayurvedic idea of nourishing and filling. And there's something called ojas in Ayurveda, OJAS, and it's one of my favorite terms. It's kind of like the juiciness of life and women. And some of the ways you get ojas is by amazing tonics and
mm,
teas and hibiscus and shatavari, which is a beautiful root for women, oils, ghees, butter, juicy fruit.
mm,
So when you go down this realm, then you see, like, oh my gosh, that's such a difference from the Western idea of, like, let's strip it, let's bleach it, let's, let's erase it, let's diet it, and
let's spray it.
let's spray it. Like, for me, like, a woman who's like, okay, maybe, like, I'm personally 10 pounds heavier than I was, in my 30s and 40s, but I feel more vital. I feel my hormones are stronger. I feel more, like, luscious. Whereas, like, when I was an actress and I look at pictures, and yeah, my face may look more chiseled, but I was thin and gaunt, and, I mean, there's a balance. I don't think we
Yeah.
should be overweight either. I think we have to find
Yeah.
that balance for us. Like,
Mhm.
where does the O just feel good?
Mm, I love that. And I
Yeah.
love the word luscious,
Yeah.
right?
Yes,
It's
that's it.
it It's so full. Do you have something?
Oh yeah, I have my book here called Whole Beauty, and
Oh,
it has all sorts of recipes and meditations, and it talks about how I overcame, the health issues and divorce and raising my daughters and some Waldorfs. It just has everything. It's like a Bible. So if anyone wants some more information on that, this is a good one to.
it's a beautiful book. You know what, Shiva, I think I actually got that book. I,
Oh,
I think I got that book several years ago. It's a
yes,
right?
it's a couple years old now.
Just
Yes.
it's so when I saw the cover, it just reminded me, and I'm gonna look for it because what you're offering is the way for women to internally give themselves permission
Mm,
to own themselves, to embody themselves, to make their own decisions and choices, and decide again and again to come back to it. I
yeah.
love that word luscious. It's so rich and it's so full and full bodied. And why shouldn't we be luscious as we age, not caught up in
Oh, definitely. I mean, Dr. Christian Northrup says your 50s are your goddess years, and that sort of lit a bulb in my head too. I was like, yeah, why not? I mean, the women in Peru, they take maca and they are vibrant until well in their 70s. There's no reason why we have to, again, it's a narrative that was built on some old paradigm. We're dismantling all that, everything.
Yes, let's do it. I love that because, it's so true. We have been enculturated to believe that once you hit 50, it's like the best years of your life are behind you. And so just prepare to move into the elder stage, you
No,
know.
I always say like I always say, our children are getting older. We have the freedom that we didn't have. And I always say, you're young, you're old enough to know how precious life is and young enough to enjoy it. I mean, that's a sweet spot. You know what I mean? I don't think I knew at 30, like, oh my God, how precious this life is and I'm going to enjoy it. I don't think I knew that then. So I think it's a very incredible window.
I love that. That is such a profound statement, that sweet spot,
Yes.
and to
Yeah.
cherish that.
And to cherish that. And if we have health, like then it's even more reason to celebrate.
Absolutely. What are you going to do this Mother's Day to celebrate yourself as
Well,
a mother?
it's interesting. I do tea ceremony, which is a practice where I serve others tea, and it's this medicinal ceremonial tea from China and Taiwan, and we sit in silence, and it's one of my favorite things. I've
Mm.
been practicing for about 8, 9 years, so I'm supposed to serve tea. However, we've had these beautiful storms here. So if the roads are flooded, I'll probably stay home, which is wonderful too, with my partner and my daughter, and we'll bake something and
That's
so we'll
beautiful.
see. We'll see what Mama Nature provides out here in the country.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you for your service to women and to being who you are, because I truly believe there's an older statement that who you are speaks so loudly you need not utter a word.
Mm, beautiful.
Yeah. And I see that with you, with your countenance, with truly, if you haven't had the experience of reading something by Shiva Rose, go to her Instagram at Local Rose and follow her and just take in, because when you write, there's a transmission. For me, I don't know if other people feel that way, but I
Oh,
feel a transmission from you. And I'm
thank
like, gosh, I would love to write like that. And oh my gosh, I'm so glad that I know her, that I've read this, that I can take this in
you.
and feel the depth and the vibratory frequency that you are transmitting through the spoken word.
Thank you. That means so much to me. That's such a gift to hear that. Thank you. Because our thyroid is our voice, and I've worked a lot of years on getting it out. So thank you.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Thank you.
Well,
And there's a gift for your
yes.
followers so please, I hope that everyone uses that code to
Yes.
for their gifts.
Well, we're going to make sure that everybody receives it. It's going out. People that are in attendance, they can go right to the speaker bios, and people that are archiving it, they're going to get the link. So everyone is going to have an opportunity. Thank you for your generosity. And, I look forward to speaking with you again, and have a wonderful, wonderful Mother's Day.
Thank you. Happy Mother's Day to you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye for now. Could you just feel the richness of that dialogue? I just can feel it in my being. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. One of the reasons that I feel so moved to host these events is because there's so many incredible women and men doing beautiful work on the planet. And sometimes people don't know who they are, or people don't have an opportunity to experience them. And so I want to be that pathway for you to experience them. And that's why we do this, and that's why we share this with you. So thank you for being here with us, and keep spreading the word and stay connected to us. And if you would like to receive this in your home at your convenience, we have lifetime access. So there's a link for that. And I'm going to share that there was a shift in the schedule, and somebody that was meant to speak is not speaking. So I spoke with my beloved friend and mentor and colleague, and we came up with an alternative. And I'm going to bring Stephanie Dawn back to the stage for a conversation between Stephanie and me. So put your hands together once again for Stephanie Dawn.
Good morning, Wendy.
Good morning, Steph.
Hi. So nice to be back here with you again.
It is. It's just lovely. It is lovely to be with you. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure. So we're going to turn the tables around, and I'm going to interview you.
Okay.
But before I do, I have a few things to say about my friend Wendy Silvers. Okay. Yeah. So Reverend Wendy helps moms embody their power, raise healthy, empowered kids, and lead with love. I love that. She's a mom, a minister, a spiritual teacher, and a sacred activist. And I join her in that final moniker. Nicknamed Mama Wendy by her clients, she is known for her keen, intuitive wisdom and honesty, fierce dedication to moms, children, and families thriving and freedom. She's the founder of the Million Mamas Movement, creator of the Awakened Mother series, and host of the Awakened Mother podcast, and a co-author of the international best-selling book, Balance for Busy Moms. Her next book will be published in spring 2023. That's right now. We have to talk about this. Okay. Reverend Wendy produces and hosts events and has shared stages with Reverend Michael Beckwith, Del Bigtree, Marianne Williamson, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and many other luminaries. She has decades of experience as a spiritual counselor, a trauma-informed parenting coach, a child development, 35 years of experience in the 12-step recovery movement, and had a former career as an entertainment publicist. She is married and the proud mother of an amazing young woman, and she's my beautiful friend. Hi, Wen.
Hi, Steph. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. It's so great to read just, all of your accomplishments over these past years. It's been amazing to witness you walking through your life as your friend and your colleague and, your sacred sister. So your journey has been beautiful to behold, and you show up really as the embodiment of love for so many. And so I just want to reflect that to you, Wendy, and just honor you and, the sacred mother that you are. You're welcome. Yeah. So I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's just dive in here.
Okay.
So tell me, if you would, what has been your journey with embodying and owning your own worth and value, power and influence?
So humbling. Humbling. It's been a work in progress. So I emerged from my own childhood with trauma, lots of trauma experiences. And so learning how to be a woman was something I basically taught myself. I taught myself how to be a woman, gleaning from other people. And I really didn't know what boundaries were. I had to learn about boundaries, the right to have them, the right to set them. And when I was very, very young, I got into the entertainment industry, and I was project managing and, leading people into having great visibility. And again, it was about, where am I in the order of things? What is my life path? Because that's a different kind of influence. That's celebrity.
Right.
But that's not owning one's wholeness. And I remember even though I've been on a spiritual path since I'm 8, like consciously 8, I started when I was 20 and a half, 21, on a very intensive personal growth and transformation journey to where I sit here today, having stumbled and fallen, picked myself up, to really understand, what does it mean to have inner authority? What does it mean to own my power and not operate from a place of woundedness?
Right.
So,
yeah, beautiful, beautiful. And so the awakened heart of the mother, tell me, what does this mean to you? How did you come up with this name for this event? And what does it mean?
well, I've been on this journey. I'm grateful to my mom, because really she is the reason for me even doing the work that I did. I mean, I think I came into this world. I know I came into this world questioning. And I can literally remember as a little child going to my mother and saying to her, well, why is the sun called the sun? Like, why is it called that? And why is like, I really was grappling with the etymology and the genesis of things, because I always had this feeling that there was a something beyond my life. Like, I knew I was not born just for what I was experiencing. Like, I knew there was more. And so as I started my spiritual path, and I started to really read and delve and meditate, and fall on my face, do all those things, have lots of pain and breakups and all different things, I started to think about, I was really looking for a mother. That old cartoon book, Are You My Mother?
Yes, I love that. I read it to my kids. Yeah.
Right? Like, Are You My Mother? And I realized at some point in my journey, what I was looking for was that mothering that I never got.
Mm-hmm.
I never got it. I just, and the illusion was that the body was there, the person was there, but I didn't get that mothering. And so motherhood, and I always wanted to be a mom. I've shared before, I was always with the little kids. I was always taking care of kids and young ones, and started babysitting. And I just knew that my life would not feel complete if I did not experience motherhood.
Mm-hmm.
So motherhood also, as well as it transformed me, it liberated me, because I knew I was breaking, dissolving, transmuting all of the limiting beliefs and the things that I experienced, so that I could be the kind of mother my child needed. So when I was in meditation, and I was sitting with this Mother's Day, because the Million Mamas movement, the Million Mamas March, like, how can I serve others? It came to me, the awakened heart and the awakened heart is Christ consciousness. Like, it was you and I talked about it, Danielle Laporte, and I talked about it. She brought that up. And I think about Mother Mary, and I think about Mary Magdalene, and I think about Yeshua, the Christ consciousness, the awakened heart.
Mm-hmm.
is that heart that's been awakened through trials and tribulations, through life's vicissitudes, and still rises in truth, eternal truth, not the media truth, but inner truth. And that's, to me, the highest form of the awakened heart of the mother.
Mhm. I love it. I love it. Ah, so worthy. So the word vision has been, profound for you and me, and came forward really from our amazing teacher, Reverend Michael Beckwith. So talk to me about why you feel that vision is important to motherhood, to life, to work.
So the scriptural saying, without a vision, the people perish. And Reverend Michael created or caught the life visioning process. So many times people have ideas. Maybe they don't do a visioning process, but a lot of it is ego driven. It's not soul centered or heart centered. And there's an attachment to having this look a certain way. And I've certainly had moments like that, where it's like, it's got to be this way, it's got to be that way, but for me, vision allows me to include intentions, affirmations, my spiritual practice, to keep checking inward, to determine that what I'm speaking and where I'm coming from is God-centered, creator-centered, and not Wendy driven. Now, yes, it comes through me and I will articulate it and magnetize those that align with the vision to help steward it. I get to be the steward, just like I'm the steward of my child. I get to be the steward of a vision. So I had dreams for my life. I had dreams for motherhood. Dreams are important. There's a different tone to a vision. So it's about working with a vision for one's life, which allows me to raise myself up and not capitulate to the lowest level of being because it feels too hard, because I'm tired, because any number of things that I could come up with to as an excuse. It allows me to do the check-in. Where am I with this? Is this still alive? Is this still meant to be made manifest?
Right. Beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful. A life without vision. Yeah. It's really, for me, a life without vision is really devoid of life, to be honest with you. It's
Well,
really,
look at what you've been through. Can you
yeah.
imagine if you weren't somebody who was steeped in your divine nature, which I think is primary, right? Foundational.
Yeah.
And if you didn't have this practice encoded within you, having done the life visioning process, having been taught and steeped in this practice, you might not have heard that inner voice within you that said, no, I'm not going chemo radiation surgery.
Right. Yeah.
I'm going fat. I'm going water fast. I'm going, only eating X, Y. I'm going to Mexico.
Yeah. No, it was all very present for me to do it in a way that, really resonated for what I saw as the path to live. This
And
is my path.
you wouldn't have left your marriage.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So, coming back to you now. Why do you believe that mothering and parenthood is a spiritual practice?
Mm. Because it's a relationship. It's a relational experience. It's something that you do with your children, not to your children. And and for me, and for what I teach and what I invite, and as many on this event have spoken about, it is about this practice. So to be the best version and vision of yourself, to be the woman and mom you long to be, requires particular choices and practices. And when you treat parenthood, motherhood, mothering as a spiritual practice, it is the highest and holiest walk to be in service and of service to this being that either comes through you or to you, requires that you become the best vision and version of yourself, so you don't pass on trauma and scarcity and addiction and behaviors that don't serve them. So the spiritual practice is, coming back again and again, coming back to the way I said that. Am I being kind? Am I being loving? How am I treating this other person? It's honoring them for their divine nature, as well as honoring yourself. It's a sacred contract. It's a sacred experience to be the steward of another person's body, heart, mind, and spirit. It is a sacred practice, and it's bringing the sacred into it rather than getting caught up in technique and milestones and acquisition.
Right. And the materiality of,
Yes.
what it looks like,
And the ego, like this is, I know one of the things that I absorbed from my mom was that my choices, my making a choice to follow what moved my heart, what felt right for me, was a betrayal of her. She literally was hurt when I didn't want to do the things she wanted. And so that is not coming from spirit. That's coming from ego. That's coming from her own wounding. To not allow your child to be the fullness of who they are here to be is robbing them of their spiritual opportunities.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, done a lot of thinking about this over the years, Wendy, in terms of my own mother and who I've become as a result of, and also in spite of, right? And so, it's almost like our parents are there to forge, like it's alchemy, right? To forge the woman or the mother, the parent that we are here to be. Right. Like you had this awareness, like, no, that's not the path for me. Like, I'm going to choose what resonates with me, and you can be with your hurt feelings. Like they're not because of me, So it's, yeah, it's, it's really a relief, actually.
I do want to speak to, though, I think you and I spoke about this yesterday, internalization. Because even though my higher self knew that what my mother was saying and what she was presenting to me was what I would say irrational or didn't make sense or anything, I loved my mom, right? Mothers are their children's first teachers. And the studies show, and I'm sure with various clients, you see that even mothers that are abusive, the child goes back to try and get it right. Right. And then some of the things that seem so distorted and crazy, they're internalized. So you asked me about, what led to the awakened thing was because I became so aware of some of my own internalized limiting beliefs and behaviors. I was like, yeah, no, I do not want to keep doing that anymore. It's not even who I am. That's why healers will say that doesn't even belong to you. It's not yours.
Right.
So yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. So my fellow prayer warrior, you are such a badass when it comes to prayer. You just, you bring down the house over and over and over again. Like, it really is so intrinsic to your sacred medicine. Will you speak to me of, how prayer has impacted your life, and and what does it mean to you, the spiritual mind treatment that you've been practicing all these years? Talk to me about it.
Well, I'm so grateful to Michael Beckwith for creating Agape, so I could walk through the doors of Agape and be in my spiritual home. And and the other 11 apostles, I often say it's like you and the apostles, but be in that home, the disciples, right? In his home, because I've always been somebody that is very deeply devoted to knowing spirit and to connecting with people, right? To really have that opportunity, and talker. I've always been like a talker. And so when I came to Agape and I learned affirmative prayer, I never vibed with the old kind of prayer where I was asking, this God outside of me, this white guy with a beard in the sky, like almost like Santa Claus, like, oh my God, please, that whole thing. I was like, I just can't rock this. And when I learned, so there's a couple of things. So when I was in my early 20s, I was told by several people that I had this psychic gift, that I had this gift to access the other dimensions. And of course, I dismissed it because I was too busy partying at Studio 54. I was like, yeah, right. Stradivarius violin. I don't think so. Let me just take a line and go dance. Like, I'm good. And so, but when I learned affirmative prayer, when I got past getting it right, getting all the stages, and it's like I feel like I move into this zone where I'm accessing just the higher realms, and these words just flow through me. It's just it's I'm in another place. And sometimes I and when I'm in this place and I'm allowing spirit to speak through me, I will sometimes have that human okay, wait, you got to come back. So I love, because I love being in those dimensions. I love stepping away from this 3D world that is so limited and constricted, and tapping into that field, like just where I just feel like, whew.
Yeah.
And that to me is what prayer is. And it's real. It's real and it's true and it works. It may not, how we learned, prayer works and the patient died. Right. So it's not that it looks like Santa Claus, so you're not checking it off the list, but we have this awareness within our consciousness of what is true, this wholeness that is so absolutely, we realize in the stage of the realization in our consciousness, we know that what we are saying, that what is being spoken through us is absolute. And then we let it go. We release it.
Yeah.
And it is made manifest because that's the law. I'm talking spiritual law, not man-made, limited law.
Yeah, incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's been medicine for me when you've prayed with me. I've watched you pray, from the many stages. It's really it's powerful and it's life-changing.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's one of your superpowers, my love. So don't stop.
You know what? It's so funny. You just reminded me. So I went through a leadership program, and there were these things called stretches that were given to everybody in the program. And one of the stretches for me was to create a CD of prayers, which I did.
What?
And
I want that CD.
I am just putting it out there that I need help in packaging it and how to upload it and where to put it. So I have it.
Well,
And
I'll help you with that.
okay, thank you. Thank you.
That's so wonderful, Wendy. Oh my God, what a gift to the world. Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Yeah, right on. It's coming, everybody. Stand by.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Yeah, beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Final question. Why is it important now for mothers to embody their inner authority?
Okay. Do we have a couple of hours? Can we do some screenshots and some PowerPoints? Like, can we do? Okay. So, in my humble experience, there has never been a time more important for women and mothers to embody their influence and their power, to be awakened, because we are living in a time where there's the highest possible consciousness and the lowest common denominator at the same time that are in the same field, right? Just blows, everything, the thing of like science that wants to tell you two things cannot exist in the same space. They do. So it is so important because of what people have been bombarded with, the fear porn, with misinformation and disinformation by mainstream, in my humble opinion, that people have surrendered their lives to, their lives, their kids' lives, their families' lives. And it is time for women to reclaim their intuition, to reclaim their power, and do the research that presents a very different picture about what we are receiving, and to be the good steward of your children's body, heart, mind, and spirit, to educate yourself so that when people in the white suits, when people in the white lab coats, people, not white suits, but white suits, that's so funny because I know people talk about that, but people in the white lab coats, or people in suits, or people that are anchors, people that want to tell you what to do, you have a knowing within you that says, that doesn't sound right to me.
Right.
I'm going to go over here. You can do that. And to band together with other like-minded people that care deeply about the well-being, truly the well-being of bodies, minds, spirits of children. We are living in such an extraordinary time. And it is an invitation. It is an invitation to step into your divine sovereign nature. And you don't have to fight. It's not about fighting. It is about being. It is about doing that work to be that, so you can be that place, that space of love, and stand in proxy for those people that can't speak, that don't speak, that have other circumstances, because we know that where two or more are gathered in the name and the nature of that which is spoken must be made manifest. And more people holding a high octave, a high frequency of love and peace cancels out that which is not.
Amen, girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woohoo. Yes. Awesome. Well, I want to thank you for answering the call to, really shine and be your magnificence in all the ways that you do. You are a beacon on this planet, and I'm so honored to call you friend. And what a blessing to be able to interview you today, my dear.
Thank you so much for doing that, for turning the tables, and thank you for who you are and for being my friend and sister. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Carry on. Happy Mother's Day again. Mwah.
Happy Mother's Day. Mwah.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I love you.
I love you. Well, that was a surprise. I know my computer is shaking. Okay. So I'm just filled with enthusiasm at this opportunity to be here with you this day. And thank you, Stephanie Dawn, for that opportunity to come together and to turn the tables on me and have me be to dialogue with me about that. It's just incredible. Thank you for that. And so now our next guest, I'm really thrilled to bring her to the stage. She is Heidi Garris, and she is a former psychotherapist turned energy psychology therapist. We're talking multidimensional beings, multidimensional universe, the power of energy, vibration. She's an intuitive energy healer and trauma specialist. Heidi combines all of her magic to help high achievers and spiritually oriented leaders not only create their next level of success, but more importantly, discover and live into their highest self so they can experience true happiness, deep fulfillment, and authentic abundance. She holds a master's degree in clinical social work, is an advanced certified EFT practitioner, tap, 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 certified transformational breathwork facilitator, and holds multiple certifications in coaching, bodywork, and energy healing. She is an Akashic Records master consultant and teacher. We're going to talk, Heidi, about that, and is currently pursuing her PhD in metaphysical counseling psychology. You can often find her in the middle of a lake on her paddleboard, balancing rocks in her Zen garden, or curled up at home with one hand on her sweet rescue pup from China and the other posing as a perch for her grumpy adolescent parrot. Gertrude, put your hands together and help me welcome Heidi to the stage. Hello.
Hello, Wendy.
So good to be with you.
Wonderful to be here.
Thank you for this work. Let's dive in. So, EFT,
Yes.
such a great modality.
Fantastic. Transformational.
Yes. Yes. Would you take us through a tapping?
Sure, I'd love to.
Okay, great.
I'd love to. So,
Awesome.
what would our target be?
Releasing self-doubt and embodying your influence, your power, your inner authority.
Okay. All right. Okay. Fantastic. All right. So, for anybody on the line, maybe you just want to measure where you are with feeling your self-trust, or maybe you want to measure your self-doubt. It's always nice to start knowing where we start, and then we can see where we end. Okay, see if you feel a little bit better. So I usually use a scale of 0 to 10, but how you can even just notice where you might feel it in your body. Okay. All right. So just follow what I do and repeat what I say. And if you would like to change the words on your end, you're certainly welcome to. Okay, so we're just going to dive in. I'm not even going to explain it for people who don't know. We're just going to go.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we're going to start tapping on the side of the hand here. And you can just repeat after me. Okay. All right. Even though I sometimes doubt myself and I don't have a lot of self-trust, or when I go beyond my comfort zone, I tend to question myself. I accept who I am and how I feel anyway. Even though I want to be a leader, and I already am a leader, but sometimes self-doubt creeps in. I choose to love myself anyway and release this self-doubt. Okay, all right. Now we're going to tap through different points on our body. We'll start at the eyebrow. Okay. The self-doubt. And then the side of the eye. Sometimes I doubt myself. Under the eye. But I want to be an embodied leader. Under the nose. And I want to have influence on the people I come into contact with. I have a mission and a purpose, and I want to be heard, and I want to feel comfortable being seen. This is under the arm here. Yeah, yeah. Yep. And then top of the head. But the self-doubt scrambles my brain. And then back to the eye. I'm willing to release this self-doubt. And then side of the eye. I'm willing to let go of the old stories that I'm not enough. And then under the eye. I'm willing to release it from the cells of my body. Under the nose. And from all levels of me. And I'm willing to come into a new knowing of who I truly am. Yeah. And reclaim that original confidence. Yeah. And then top of the head. That was instilled in me when I was created. Okay. So deep breath. Woo.
So thank you for that. And people in the comments section, let us know, how do you feel? Do you feel different? EFT is such a wonderful modality that you can do anywhere. I'm feeling energy flooding through my body as we're speaking.
Yeah, that's what it does. It helps to relieve any disruptions in the energetic system. And when we do that, beliefs can shift, and we can heal from trauma. We can release emotion. So that was really just a real quick round, and so I'm glad that you're feeling already some energy surging through. Sometimes we need to get to the original memories to create the deeper change, but sometimes people will yawn even with a quick round, and or like you, they feel the energy. They feel the energy surging. So
yeah. I love it. My parasympathetic nervous system comes online. I'm like, okay.
All right, it's time to relax.
Yes. I love that you do all this work. It's such powerful work to be able to be doing the work that you're doing, the healing trauma and the EFT work, and then the Akashic records.
Oh my goodness.
Let's talk about, what are the Akashic records and why is it helpful for us to go to them?
Great. The Akashic records are, it is the energy of everything that has ever been. It is, we call it a library that stores the blueprint of your soul. So everything that you have ever done or thought or said, every lifetime that you've lived has been recorded in this energetic library. And so we can access the records. We have our own personal Akashic guides, and oh my goodness, my guides, I fill up with love every time we connect. And so they can give us information that we're looking for. They can help us through the information that we receive. We can heal past lifetimes. It's not the only way, but it's a really, really wonderful way, because it has the entire story. And we're not always shown the entire story at once. Like, the guides will meet out the information as is needed, but we can get guidance as to when to launch a program, or to how to heal a certain thing, or what to do about a certain situation. And it really puts us in touch with, again, that the person that we were created to be, and guides us in our purpose. So that's just a little bit of what the records are.
I love the Akashic records. So when I got certified as a hypnotherapist many years ago, and I was taught past life regressions, I was taken to the Akashic records.
Oh, wonderful.
And so I have a real vision. And as you were talking, I was kind of being transported back to, the Akashic records. And something that I'm curious about, because one of my teachers is I went through lots of training with Lisa Williams, who is the psychic medium, spiritual teacher. And Lisa talked about you can, with permission from your soul, if it is appropriate, you can shift, you can rechange a, let's say, a pattern.
Oh, for sure. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's one way. The guides, that there's so many different ways to do it within the records, but absolutely, we can change pattern. We can change um, um, the beliefs that we hold. Just like with tapping, it's another. I don't want to say modality, but it's another avenue that we can create transformation in this lifetime with.
It's beautiful.
Mhm.
What led you to do this work? This is soul work,
This is
right?
soul work.
You're trained as a psychotherapist, and oh my gosh, to have a psychotherapist who's also trained and activating the spiritual
Right,
is so, it's the way. To me, that's the way to
right.
healing, to really transforming one's life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I feel very blessed that I have that platform. It
Yeah,
informs what I do. It's psychotherapy is not what I do anymore, but it
yeah.
certainly informs what I do. So what led me to this overall work? I think was my own journey, right? I was as a baby, I was given up for adoption and was adopted into a beautiful family, but my soul had an ache
Mm.
for my mother. So it's appropriate maybe to bring this up because of this the theme in this weekend of the awakened heart. And so for my life, my whole life, my heart's been crying out. And I was brought up in a traditional church, and so I was very spiritual. But in my world travels, I realized that God is bigger than a structure of rules or a certain
Mm.
paradigm. God is so much bigger. And so in the search for my own healing, I was shown tapping, and that helped in one area. But it's somewhere along the line, I really began to feel this soul's calling to merge everything together. And I think it probably happened when I found my birth mother and actually met her. And so it's hard to know exactly the why of things, but it was around that same time that I found her. It's so interesting you asked the question because I never put that together before. But in healing there, I was really drawn to help the whole of the person, not just the beliefs and the fears and the this lifetime, but the whole of the person,
Mm.
and to help them come into this this communion with the divine and to know ourselves as a spark of the divine, right? As a child who was given up, I grew up feeling unlovable and unworthy, and there's something wrong with me and I don't matter. And so part of that was healed in meeting my mom, right? My birth mother. But
Right.
there was so much more to be done. And so yeah, so the spiritual part of things really helped to seal the deal there.
That's so
Yeah.
beautiful. And it's so congruent with what we're talking about.
Mm.
Permission to embody your influence and create a
Yes.
powerful
Yes.
legacy.
Yes, because when we don't know who we are, when we don't know the truth of that, when it's covered up
Mhm.
with the wounds of life, this life and the past lives, we can't really see. We don't
Yeah.
have the vantage point to see God's vantage point of us. We can't see that. And
Yes.
so, right. So my
Yes.
path to the awakening and everything is through the healing.
Are you still in relationship with your birth mom?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I was just writing her a note before I jumped on. It's been a wonderful journey to meet her, and I've met my birth father as well. So it's
Wow.
yeah, yeah. She always wanted me. I just didn't know. I just didn't know. Right? Yeah.
That's remarkable, isn't it?
Hmm.
I mean, when you think about she always wanted you. She always wanted you.
She always wanted me, and I didn't know that. For probably the turmoil in her, and then the immediate separation of her after birth, she never got to see me or hold me or anything. Um, Planted seeds in my little heart that I was unwanted, and
Mm.
so that was the framework that I grew up with, in all in the background, right? Because I had a beautiful family that loved me and that accepted me, but underneath it all, there was that yuck building up, and
It's
you know.
wow. That's
Yeah.
so healing. I many years ago, I took a few singing lessons. I love to sing. I love music. And I was with a woman who was forced at age 16. She got pregnant,
Oh.
and she was forced, she was from, I believe, a New England town, and she was forced to give up her baby. Probably I don't believe she ever got to hold her baby. And it was such a soul wound for her. And she, at the time that I knew her, she had reached out to her son. And she also gave me a book because I was dating a guy who had been, who was adopted. And she recommended The Primal Wound because there were these issues that were coming up, and she asked me, he's adopted? And I said, yes, and so it was really fascinating to see what she went through. She was in this traditional puritanical, it was a shame. It was a shame that this happened.
Right. Right.
And she was when I met her, I think she was in her, I want to say mid to late 40s.
Okay.
Attempting to have a relationship with her son.
Yeah. I give her all the credit for reaching out, because the birth moms, the wound for them too is just tragic. My brother's also adopted, and different parents, but he hasn't come to a place in his life where he wants to have anything to do with her. He feels so rejected, and his response was anger and, well, if you reject me, I'm going to reject you.
Of course.
And interestingly enough, he has heart issues, right? Heart issues that they haven't been able to fix, no matter how many procedures or surgeries or whatever. That it should be able to be fixed, but it isn't. And yeah. So he was wounded, and so we don't know how he would have reacted if his mother had reached out to him, right? But I think for many of us, from the adoptees I've talked to, we want to be wanted, and I think underneath it, my brother would too. I think if he got below the defenses there, he wants to be loved and to know that he was wanted.
Yes.
So yeah, but for the mother is absolutely a soul wound. And I remember when I first called, in fact, I had a friend call her. I had the information and I was sitting on it, and I was afraid to reach out. But we did, and my girlfriend called for me. I was standing there, and she was dumbfounded, and it didn't take her long to reach back. She needed a moment to process. And the next day, though, she did call and say, yes, I want to meet. I want to have a relationship, and I've always wanted you. So from there, it's just blossomed.
That's so healing. Wow. That's such a beautiful, beautiful experience, a beautiful life journey that adds to the work that you do. I mean, everything that happens to us informs the work that we do, informs every relationship, because it's that connection, that heart-to-heart connection. So to a great extent, you remothered yourself.
Yeah. Yes, I did. And the people that I worked with to help with the healing. But yeah, the reparenting is extremely important. I think for all of us who are coaches or healers or therapists, that is part of the process of working with our clients. That unconditional love, that unconditional acceptance, that place of non-judgment is so important, and is what we all need. And isn't that right? Isn't that what the divine holds for us too?
Absolutely.
Yes. And total acceptance.
Yes, which is permission, the permission.
Yes.
To embody your wholeness, your being, your influence. And the word influence is often sometimes misperceived as that viral, that social media. I'm an influencer. Right? I'm an influencer. But it's that who you are is a divine expression of the Most High, and you have influence. Like what you say, what you think goes out, right?
1,000%. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
right? And as mothers, it's so important that we recognize that we do have influence, because just who we're being,
Yes.
influences our children. It doesn't matter what
Yeah.
we say. I mean, it matters what we say, but
Right.
who we're being, the energy
Yes.
that we're holding, the love that we have for ourselves, the priority that we make ourselves, right? Of course, we're going to sacrifice for our kids, because we do. That's part of love. We sacrifice them but we don't want to over-sacrifice, right? So
Mhm.
our influence, the mirror that we are for our children, is so important. And so sometimes, honestly, sometimes mothers come to me because they're having trouble with their kids. So the path for their healing is through the children. So sometimes that's the door we have to take. This will help your children. If you help to heal yourself, this will help your children. Right?
100 gazillion million trillion %, right? And it reminds me of, you said who you be, right? So I'm certain you know this from your training, but when you're in your mother's womb, you're getting the lineage transmitted. And I learned recently that your grandmother's eggs are inside of you, your grandmother.
That's crazy. That's
right?
crazy.
So we carry, that's why the work that you do, and being trauma informed and knowing how to address trauma is so important.
Yeah.
Because it's not conscious. It's not like you wake up, like we do conscious work, right? That's why trauma work is so amazing. And this work of the EFT and also the Akashic records, because one can literally, I know, I'll speak for myself, healing myself for so long, working on myself, doing all these modalities, and practices, deep practices, and then hit a wall and go, wait a minute, I'm doing all this and this is up again? What?
Yes.
Like, wait, right? And
Right.
so then it has to be the trauma healing work.
Right. And even with the trauma healing, I think that I see our work, our journey, and our healing as a spiral staircase going up.
Yes.
And our issues are on the sides, right? So every time we dive into healing and we make some progress, and it's beautiful, and yet we can only heal to where we are, to the level that we're at, and then we kind of round the bend, and there's that issue again. And I know so many people get discouraged. Sometimes I'm like, really? I'm talking about this thing again? Right? I've dealt with this before. And yes, you have. And so we're not going to diminish any of the work that you've done. It has gotten you to where you are. But here's an opportunity for another layer, and to know yourself deeper, and to love yourself more. So don't be discouraged if you come across that again, the same thing. Because I think that we're here to learn certain lessons.
Absolutely.
And right, for me, it's the not enough. That's my thing. Not enough. Yep.
Interesting.
So I've done a ton of work on it, and it still comes up sometimes.
Yeah.
It still comes up. And so I look at it, it's another opportunity for me to go deeper into to embody the magic that I really am.
Yes. I love that, because one of the reasons that this event is here is to help people to remember that who you are is okay, and where you're at is okay, and it's an invitation. It's not a one and done. Just like like, I know there's stuff that comes up, for me, it's like, okay, so what's the information here?
Right.
Permission, giving myself permission to be human. Human.
Yeah.
That is a big one. To fall, get back up.
Yes. Yeah. To fall and get back up. Right. And what you said before is accepting who you are. And that is so healing. The original EFT statement, the very end of it was, I can deeply and completely love and accept myself, which is hard for some people to say. So it's kind of shifted over the years. Some people still use that. But the acceptance piece of it is so incredibly healing. If you can accept who you are and where you are right now, You can accept your situation. You can accept that maybe you're trying to make more money, or you're trying to launch a business and you feel like you're stuck. If you can just accept that, okay, this is where I am, and I'm just going to accept it. I'm just going to acknowledge it and allow a little bit of neutrality to creep in there. There's so much power in that. Just the acceptance of what is. It doesn't mean that we are embracing that forever. It's a key to freedom.
That's so beautiful, Heidi. That's really beautiful. It's really powerful. That acceptance. I often say that children really need your acceptance and your authenticity.
Yes.
And it's something that came to me many years ago is the phrase, whether a child comes to you as in adoption or through you.
Yeah.
It's a really high and holy walk. And to be accepted, because when, as a mom, the child before us, when we have eyes to see and ears to hear, they bring to us what they need. And at the same time, it will activate within us the places where we have unmet needs.
Oh boy. Is that ever true? Yeah. Yeah. My daughter is one of my greatest teachers.
Yeah. How old is your daughter?
She is almost 18. So she's graduating from high school this year.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow.
She's just a beautiful soul.
Yeah. Isn't it? I really feel, in terms of creating a powerful legacy, when there's moms like yourself, like the women here, when we are committed to having a different life experience, we set the field, we set the tone. It changes. It's maybe it feels a little slow, but it's that 100th monkey. You keep doing it. You keep coming from a place of love and compassion and acceptance. You keep healing yourself. And that doesn't mean that you're broken.
No. We're not broken.
We're not broken.
I view it as that deepest place within us, where the divine is us, where we are the divine. Like that can never be changed. That is who we truly are. But again, I think I mentioned before, I see it as things get piled up on us and we lose sight of it. So we're not broken. We may act broken, right? Because of the beliefs that we've been taught, or we absorbed, or the fears that we've absorbed, that are not truth. So if we just kind of get all that yuck out of the way, we have a clear view to ourselves, or a more and more clear view.
Yeah. It takes so much courage and humility. I mean, you contacting or having your friend contact your birth mother.
It's really scary.
Yeah. The monster, like that 100-pound phone and the monster on the other end.
Yeah.
In your mind, not really.
Because I didn't know what I was in for. It could have been my greatest fear of rejection. I was never wanted. And if that happened, I'm sure I would have dealt with it. I would have gone back to my coach and can I have 3 sessions a week?
Right. Exactly.
But had she done that, had she felt that way, that she didn't want anything to do with me, it still would not have changed my core essence of who I am. Right? It might have affected my feelings and my beliefs about myself, but it really would not have affected the truth.
Wow. I just am taking that in. Everybody just take that in. That's the neon sign. It would not have affected my divine essence.
No.
Who I am at my core. Before I took this body on. Right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing the work that you're doing. Thank you for sharing about your experience.
And my passion. So thank you for the opportunity. I get lit up every time I get to speak about what I do. So thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, it is so my joy. And I just know and I trust that you give so much to the people that work with you, that they're very fortunate to have you with your very rich life experience coming forward to serve them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I know you have a free gift for everyone.
I do. I believe it's called Calm and Confident, and it's a tapping meditation. So for every time we step outside of our comfort zone, the known space, the subconscious tends to freak out and say, "Danger, danger! Step back! Don't do that."
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So for those times when you're reaching beyond what you're used to, you're reaching for your next level. This is a tapping meditation. A tap along. You're guided through to release the self-doubt and to come into a place of calm and self-trust and confidence. Right?
That sounds wonderful. I'm going to download that. You know what? I tap in my car sometimes.
Oh, I do too. I do too.
I do two things in my car. I pray. I'm praying, and then I tap. And sometimes I'm wondering, like, when somebody sidles up alongside of me, and I'm like, tee, 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 tee. Yeah, it's so fun.
So funny. I once had a cousin who doesn't live in the area. She was driving down here, and we happened to pass, and she said, "I knew it was you because you were tapping."
Oh, that's beautiful. Gosh, have tapping will travel.
Have tapping will travel, right? Right at your fingertips.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much, Heidi.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful Mother's Day.
You too. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh my goodness. Are you just so filled up? I just am so filled up from this morning's conversations and yesterday's. It's just this like incredible experience to come together and listen to these various ways in which you can give yourself permission to embody your influence. And by doing so, create a powerful legacy. Right? Legacy is so important, a legacy for good. You have the opportunity as you continue to move through all of the different aspects of your life, you get to really walk up to those places within you that may feel a little crunchy, a little scary, like, oh no, I don't want to look at that part. I'm not really like that. It's in your face, like situations in your face. And then go, okay, so what is this here? What is this here to teach me? What is this experience here to let me know? And that is the gift when you are willing to let your ego chatter and then give it a job. Go count all the sand on the beach. Go the grains of sand on the beach. Go to the desert. Go count them. Right? You give that part of yourself that is there that wants to make you wrong. And then you come back into your heart and you go, okay, so I could do this. I can tap, I can take an oil. I can, look at my parenting. I can look at my choices. I can take my health back. I can be in community. Each and every speaker that has been with us has left nuggets for you to embody your influence. And by doing so, create a powerful legacy. Now, this is the segment that I have set aside for us to join together in moments of stillness, for the opportunity to step away from the outer world and to move into your heart. So we're going to do this before we bring on our next really wonderful guest. You're going to really love her. You're going to be so glad that you are with us. So what I invite you to do right now is turn off your handheld devices or silence them so that they won't disturb you. We're just going to spend a few minutes in the stillness, and then you'll have an opportunity to move into your heart, be still, and then we'll stop and you can go and get a glass of water or do whatever you need to do. Remember, this is really for you to receive, to receive, receive, receive. So let us just take breaths. I invite you to take a breath with me. Allow the breath to waft up and slowly exhale. And now placing your left hand on your heart and your right hand on your belly. Your thumb will often be on your belly button. When you inhale, allow your belly to expand. Allow it to soften. In this time where we're all so body conscious and we're working out and we're doing all these things and we want to inhale, keep your body tight, butt tight, belly tight, all that. This is an opportunity for you to just soften your belly. And taking a breath in through your nose, allow this breath to rise up in your rib cage, your heart and lung area, all the way up to the top of your head, holding this breath. Draw in a little more air, feeling your back expand, and then slowly exhale. And now taking in another breath, drawing in the air deeply into your belly. Imagine you're drawing the air up from the center of the earth. You're going to breathe in through your nose, feeling this air rise in your body all the way up to the top of your head, holding that breath and drawing in some more air. Holding that for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. One more time, breathing in this way. Breathing in from the center of Mama Earth, in through your nose. Filling your belly, letting this air rise all the way up to the top of your head. Feeling the expansiveness, letting go of any gripping, letting your shoulders fall away from your ears. Draw in some more air. Hold that for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and slowly exhale. And now bringing your awareness into your heart. And your eyes can roll up. Your third eye is in the center of your eyebrows. You can tap on your third eye spot to open your third eye. You can bring some light into this area. You can imagine you're cleansing your inner window and bringing your awareness into your heart. Allowing everything that has come before this present moment to simply fall away. There's nothing that you need to do in this moment. There's nowhere you need to go. You get to be right here, right now, in the breath. And I'm going to give you a mantra. Breathing in, peace. Breathing out, peace. And the mantra is, I am peace. And when you exhale, you get to say, peace is. And as I have mentioned, when you say the word peace, notice that there's a smile that forms on your face. So, I am peace. Peace is. And then you can just center down, be in the breath. You can switch it if you want. If you want to say peace is, breathing in and then exhaling, I am peace. Exhaling. Peace is inhaling. I am peace, exhaling. Just simply being in your heart, being in the inhalation and the exhalation for just a few moments of silence. Allow your hands to rest on your thighs, palms facing up. Your back is straight without being rigid. If you're laying on the bed or the couch, just allow your legs to extend. And simply being in the breath. Peace is inhalation. I am peace, exhalation. When your mind wanders, bring it back to the breath. Breathing in, I am peace. Exhaling, peace is. Breathing in, I am peace. Breathing out, peace is. You can even bring your index fingers and your thumbs together in a mudra, completing this circle of energy as you hold an open and receptive space, sitting in the stillness, breathing in, I am peace. Peace is, you are resetting your nervous system. You're clearing your mind. You're lowering your blood pressure. You're coming to a place of peace within yourself. You are setting this frequency within your very being. And gently bringing your awareness back into the room that you are sitting in, the space that you are sitting in, bringing back with it the sweetness of the silence, the serenity. How very grateful I am for the fullness in the silence, for the thunder of the silence, for the sweetness of the silence. How very grateful I am for this time together with the attendees and the speakers at this event. How grateful I am for this opportunity to step away from the outer world of condition and circumstance and headline and newsline and move into the heartline to activate that place and space within where I know absolutely and resolutely that all that there is love. Love is my true nature, and love is the true nature of each and every person with us this day and every day after this day. Knowing that love goes forth and leads the way, guides the way, walks along with each and every person right where they are, for love is their true nature too. So I bless this event. I bless this time. I bless each and every person that's been involved in this experience. And know that that which has been spoken here, that which has been created here, goes forth. It ripples out into this multiverse and raises the hearts and the minds and the souls of the awakened hearts of the mother. And knowing that that is so, I simply say Amen, Ashe, Aho. So we have been sitting, for those of you that have been here, we've been sitting for several hours. So I'm going to invite you, if you are willing, to stand up with me for just a few moments. And I'm going to invite you to just move your body, to shake. So being trauma informed is a practice of really getting in touch with your, polyvagal, your parasympathetic nervous system, really activating your heart and getting your nervous system in alignment. Because when your brain is dysregulated, your nervous system is dysregulated, and it can result in anger and resentment and harsh comments and fighting. And when you are in alignment, there is the ability to respond rather than react. There's the ability to distance yourself from the situation and activate the higher reasoning aspects of your brain. I've done this before and it bears repeating, so I'll do it very briefly before I bring on our next guest. So your brain, think of, there's the triune nature of the brain. It's different aspects of the brain. One brain, different aspects, right? So this is the brain stem. If you want to take your dominant hand, this is your brain stem. This center part of your hand is the limbic section, which is all about feelings. This is your amygdala. Which is connected to the midbrain. And when the alarm goes off, your prefrontal cortex, the higher reasoning aspect of your brain, this is like the lid, okay? So this is your brainstem. Basic functions: eating, sleeping, eliminating, hungry, thirsty. This is your basic. It's the primitive part of the brain. This is your feeling part of the brain. This is the executive, the high reasoning part of the brain. So when you are dysregulated, your amygdala flips off, right? You've heard people talk about the amygdala. The front portion of your brain, the reasoning part, the neocortex, is you flipped your lid. You're not in your higher mind. You're not in your body. So the opportunity is for you to find ways to bring everything back into balance so that you have access to the higher reasoning, executive functioning aspect of the brain. Now, if we had more time, I would go through all of the brain science, but here's something that when you start to feel dysregulated, you can moms do this naturally because we hold babies. So we go from side to side. You shift from side to side. So that's one thing you can do. Another is to feel yourself back in your body. You rub your arms. I often have clients do this to center themselves. They rub their palms together. That is my beloved husband who is leaving. So you get to do this to bring yourself back into your body. You can also tap on the outside of your legs, tap your belly, your chest, your arms. So now, and you can shake. So now you've had an opportunity to come back into your body, and I'm going to bring on our next guest, which is just going to be so wonderful. And you are going to just love her like all of these other guests. So here we go with you, this next wonderful guest. So, everyone, I am thrilled, just so thrilled to share with you this next wonderful guest. You'll see her up on the screen. I followed her for years. She is a beacon of inspiration and heart to me. I admire her. I admire her courage. I admire her strength, her creativity, her spiritual practice, and her vulnerability. It's just remarkable to me every time I watch something or listen to her. I'm so moved because of her genuineness. She's not, I don't ever have a sense that she's forcing something. I always feel her heart, and I feel her authenticity in all that she says and all that she does. So we're going to talk about today, in keeping with the theme, permission to embody your influence and create a powerful legacy. So let me tell you a little bit about Danielle Laporte. She is the creator of the Heart-Centered Membership and the Heart-Centered Leadership Program, with 400 plus leaders in 30 countries, hosting conversation circles, retreats, and workshops in all kinds of communities and businesses. She's a member of Oprah's Super Soul 100 and the former director of a futures studies think tank in Washington, D.C., where she managed a team creating global scenario plans. She now speaks about the intelligence of the heart. Her most recent book, How to Be Loving When Your Heart is Breaking Open and the World is Waking Up, is also an audiobook and an ebook with a companion journal. She's a multiple best-selling author with the Firestarter Sessions, White Hot Truth, and the Desire Map, and producer of dozens of meditation kits and online programs for spiritual support. Her podcast, With Love Danielle, often ranks in iTunes top 12 for wellness. Most of her offerings, from the Heart-Centered Membership to classes, are on a pay-what-you-choose basis. Named one of the top 100 websites for women by Forbes, millions of people a month visit daniellelaporte.com. And Danielle models paying it forward and being of service through the work, through her platform. And her charities of choice are Ally Global, helping survivors of human trafficking to rebuild their lives, Trees Sisters Reforestation Projects, and V-Day, a movement to end violence against women and girls. And she lives in Vancouver, British Columbia, and you can find her on most places on social media at Danielle Laporte. So please put your hands together and help me welcome Danielle. Wah! And the crowd goes wild.
Thank you.
Welcome. So you have had an illustrious career. When you look back at your younger self, what would you have said anything to her differently than what you feel now? Would there have been any words of wisdom that you would have said to the younger Danielle?
Oh yeah, but it wouldn't have made a difference. She would not have listened. Like, whatever. Yeah, I wasn't that interested in peace. I thought peace wasn't very sexy, and that simplicity was simple. It's for simple people. And now peace and simplicity are like the hallmarks of my life. I mean, there's other things. There's spice and fire and a lot of beauty in there. But what would I have said to her? Nothing. I wouldn't have said much. I mean, she wouldn't have believed me. She wouldn't have heeded it. I think she had to burn through what she had to burn through. I would have given her some practical advice, like, girlfriend, learn about compound interest. And but it all worked out. It's all good. I don't feel though that I've had this illustrious career. Like I don't see that. I feel that I have I've worked hard, I've struggled, I've been blessed, I have gifts, There's a lot of loving people in my life, and I'm right with God at this point. You know, like my inner world is great. Which of course is reflected in the outer world, but it's just like yeah.
That's so poignant. Very poignant to say. And it's so interesting too, because there's such an embracing of who you are, and feeling. When I hear you say that, I think about a young woman who she knew she had things to do. She just she was on a trajectory.
Yeah. Yeah, very willful. But you know what I've learned is like my style, my way was appropriate then,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not now.
Mm-hmm.
And like we outgrow all the things. I mean, anybody who's worked, you know, in the area of like, you know, trauma or inner child work, it's like what you did when you were 15 was really appropriate to kind of like break on through to the other side. And then what you do in your 20s is really appropriate. But if you keep doing that same thing, you keep, you know, in many cases, like we keep taking the same herb or the same medicine or eating this too much of the same food, we become allergic to it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like my willfulness was the thing to do then. And then I did a little too much of it. And I learned, I pull back, and now it's, you know, there's more receptivity, and maybe that'll last a lifetime. Maybe I'll outgrow receptivity as the way to do things, and it'll be total silent. Maybe I'm just going to evaporate, but still be an influencer. I don't know. Be an influencer from the other side. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's really remarkable how I often say that there's cosmic breadcrumbs throughout our lives. So when you look back and when you see where you are now, like this book, when I think about, you know, the desire map, right? It was a guide to creating goals with soul.
Mm-hmm.
So there was that thread all throughout your work, and so when you think about that, do you feel like that was so organic? Do you feel like there was
Yes, so organic, so organic. And I mean, if anybody is resisting their own organic flow, I'm here to say, like, it's really worked out for me to trust organic. Like, in those, everything I've made, I made because I needed it and I wanted it. It's like, I need a day planner that includes, you know, your soul. So I made one, and that became like a business thing for a while. I want holistic goal setting, a holistic goal setting system. So I created it. It worked. I mean, I lived that. And then I outgrew that. I was like, I need something that's more than about being happy and more than just about feelings. I want higher consciousness. I'm interested in embodiment and virtue. So I made that. Plus, you know, how I'm designed. This is all in my, you know, my astrological imprint is all of this Virgo I have. I love systems. I love methodologies. I love, you know, I love a good track. And so I systematize things based on like my own suffering and happiness. Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful. It reminds me of I read this too before we got online, and it says, I've had to fight for my joy. These days I fight less and flow more. I'm a terrible manager, but a good leader. And then you go on to talk about music. So it's did you have a growing edge with being so vulnerable publicly?
I've always been vulnerable publicly. I've always been very transparent. It became kind of part of my brand. You know, I don't know. You really love that term.
Right.
And then I mixed it up with like, I'm going to keep it real and I'm going to be all bold and like, you know, and you know, brazen about it. And it's the only way for me. It's the only way. It's just, I feel false. Otherwise, I feel sneaky and shrunken.
Mm.
You know, it's like there's this beautiful Rilke quote. He says, I do not want to be folded, for where I am folded, there I am a lie.
Oh,
And I just never, isn't that beautiful? I just wanted to be like, this is what I'm learning. And it's worked because, you know, I've always been very clear. I didn't always get it right. And I'm sure I've caused some harm along the way, but I've always been very clear. I'm here to serve. I am here to be part of the new earth. I want to be the antidote. I'm going to leave this place better than I found it. And so I just like, I just learned something. Let me tell you, I figured something out. You know, I'm suffering and I was suffering and I got to the other side. I want to show you how I did that.
Mm.
And I'm still doing that. That's still the way.
Well,
Yeah.
thank God you are. Thank you. Thank you for doing that and for allowing that to be your quote unquote brand, so that there's a way for people to see that it's possible, because I feel like there's so much shame in our world system. There's so much, it's like a trauma's the foundation, and there's this judgment, so that people end up turning in on themselves with self-loathing, self-judgment, having to be perfect. And when someone like yourself says, hey, come here, sit down, I want to invite you in, be with me, this is how I got through it, it's so helpful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, everybody's going through it.
Yeah.
I think I'm interested, you know, these are the characteristics I look for in a teacher. I want to know that they've suffered.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise I don't believe them. Like, have you crawled have you begged for mercy? Otherwise there's no initiation. There's nothing to talk about. Otherwise you're a broadcaster of other people's information. Some people have that role. They're curators, and that's great. I don't, you know, but I don't want to learn from curators. I'd be inspired by curators, but I'm interested in someone suffering. I'm interested in the story they tell about their suffering, how they hold it, and if they tell it at all. Because, you know, there's lots of visible people out there, and I think, you know, they don't talk about that thing they went through with the addiction, with the thing, and it does make them a better teacher, but they'd be a phenomenal teacher if they just really came out about their stuff.
I love that.
And yeah. And gentleness. I look for gentleness.
Yeah. That's why we both love Michael, you know, Reverend Michael, because he holds that. And I really appreciate what you're saying, because how else are we going to grow if we're not going to grow together? It's just like mothering. You know, I've repeated this so many times. My daughter's now 22, and it's the work that I've been doing in the world for over 23 years, mothering, remothering. And I used to always say to her, we're going to get through this together.
Yes.
So I'm learning with you. I'm growing with you, because I think the kiss of death for a teacher or a leader is to hold or sit in this place of know-it-allism.
Creates so much separation.
Yes. And with your book and your work, you allow people, you invite them in, and you give them a way out and through.
Well, thank you for that. This is the hallmark of the age of Aquarius that we're in now, which is like, we're moving out of individualism. It was beautiful. It was necessary. Now it's gotten toxic. Got to fall. And now it really is like, united we stand. I think what we don't want to hear in that beautiful overused phrase, misused phrase, united we stand, divided we fall. It's like, united we stand, divided we all go down. It's not just like some of us united get to rise. We'll be united and they can fall. No, we all got, like, no man left behind. We all got to get this. That's really the call of these times. Yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more. The polarization, it is real, and it's a call. It's absolutely a call for greater love, and to look for the similarities instead of the differences, and to get off the sides. So your book that emerged, will you speak about how that emerged and share more about it? It's so beautiful. I've been reading it and I was like, oh my God, she's speaking my heart. Is she reading my, my journal? Yeah.
I bet it's totally your vibe. Yeah. How to Be Loving, I think, really is about reverence. And people who get into it say, I thought it was going to be this book about relationships and how to be a more loving person, which we get to, but it's really about reverence for your messy, sorry, beautiful, brilliant self, and, your point about how you would mother and parent, it's like, we're going to get through this together. I look at that as we say to, how to be loving is you say to all the fragmented parts of yourself, we're going to get through this together. So you say to your anxiety and your neuroses and your beautiful, big, audacious dreams and your fears and your obsessiveness and your greed and all the stuff you don't really want to look at, we're going to get through this together. So you're being the mother. You have what it takes to be the God of your life. You're holding the vision. You're the parent. You can accommodate and heal and carry and transmute all that stuff. And you have to, because you made all this stuff. All the hang-ups, there are creations. Right. All the turmoil in the world are upset about the turmoil. Somebody say, well, what have I got to do with the war and wherever, or that particular politician or medical freedom or whatever? Everything, because it's how you see it. It's how you hold it. It's how you live it. And so whatever the so-called external stuff is kicking up, you can parent all of that. And it's not always about calming it down, but some, a lot of the times it is. We embrace it. We embrace all of our dark stuff. And here's the twist. We do it without the intention to change it. We embrace it with the intention of just like, I'm going to love you as is. But that's what changes it.
Yeah. The witnessing, the enlightened witness, right?
The enlightened witness. Yeah.
Right. We hold that space for that. And then it's like when, I don't know if this happens for you, but when I'm having feelings, if somebody says to me, calm down, I'm like, get away. Like but if somebody is able to hold that, or like even with a child, I'm sure you experience that. If you are able to just bear witness, they'll move through it. And I feel like there's this discomfort in our world with the ugly feelings, with the places that we want to hide, those shadow parts or the tears. And so I love what you're saying, because when we can put our arms around it, it relaxes.
Exactly. That's exactly how I speak of it. When you can put your arms around it, when you bring it into the heart, all we need for it to do is relax. It's like, you don't need your doubt to be turned into faithfulness. And you don't need your fear, all your little fear monsters, to become courageous and enlightened. You just need them to calm down. And they can come with you. Your motley crew of all your emotions, they come with you. But you can't push them away. You push that stuff away and it rules you. It becomes anxiety. You'll say things you didn't want to say. You'll date people you cannot believe you dated. Yeah.
Yes. Hindsight's always 20/20, right? You're like, oh my God, I can't believe that.
What was I thinking? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So with your book, I believe that books take us on a journey. And when you're writing it, did you find that because you were moved from within to write this book, and did you find it took you on a journey? And can you speak about that?
The book was really difficult to write because the world was seriously falling apart while I was writing it. So there were some days where I'm just like, I'm trying to save people's lives. We're all trying to figure out what's going on. It's, we're meeting in our living room. We're not meeting in our living. So it was arduous that way, just pulling that off. Did it take me on a journey? No.
Okay.
I know that's not, it's like books for me, by the time it's time to write a book, I'm curating. Like I've been talking about it. I've been teaching about it. We've been doing this in our membership. I've written about it in 3 different places. Books to me are like quilts. Set
Oh,
that thought it gonna, and I love the experience of like, okay, let's get deeper into virtues. And I love those juicy paradigm busting paragraphs. But I'm not trying to figure anything out when I write a book. I've got to figure it out every day. I got to get it right in my life.
yeah.
And then, books for me are they're like craft.
Mm,
Yeah.
that's beautiful. A
Mm,
quilt. I will always remember that now.
mm,
So
mm.
I love books. I absolutely love books. I love reading, and it's wonderful to have the opportunity to get to know somebody and to have them share their experience with this particular topic. And the way that you write, it flows so beautifully.
Mm.
I really appreciate that. And how do you feel now that you're on the other side? I mean, life is just, I mean, every day is life. You're living it. So it's like, it's not like a done. I've arrived, I'm complete. It's like, I'm in it. So do you reflect back? Is there something that you look to every day that you say, oh, okay, yes, this is part of what I am teaching, what I'm living, what I am embodying?
Oh, all I talk about now is how to be loving content. Like it's out. It's not how to be loving is not a methodology like my other stuff, but there's through lines. I'm still unpacking it. I'm still having conversations about, I will say, if I may, like this content is very current. It's right on time. So I could talk all day long about cancel culture and loving your ego into calmness, and that love is not a feeling. Love is a higher state of being. It just, no, I'm in the, this is my landscape right now. Yeah.
Beautiful. It's beautiful because it is, you have created a powerful legacy, in keeping with the theme of this. You have created that. Do you, and I know it's not, I don't know. I mean, I imagine there's some people that sit down and they say, I'm going to create this legacy. And then people like yourself, I feel like there's this, it's so organic, it's so innate, it's part of your being to just live into this legacy of love.
That's a beautiful affirmation, because I just had a human design session.
I was going to ask you what you are.
I'm a generator manifesting something. I've been really resisting it because I just like, all these personality tests are more, mind conditioning and too much to identify with. And I had a session, I was like, that is good stuff. And one of the key gifts in that was, I work best in the moment, which I've known. I just needed a little extra nod to that. Like I don't like to rehearse things. If I do a speaking gig, it's just like I have my 3 notes and then I just go. And sometimes that's felt really irresponsible, but actually I can be of more service. It's how I am of more service. And other types of us, we follow it. And that impeccability is a different kind of way of helping people. But the just kind of showing up as is as I'm just paraphrasing what you're saying, it turns out to be useful for
Mhm.
for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was messy, but it gives people permission.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it absolutely does. Human design is fascinating to me. The generators are the builders of the world. And it reminds me also of the seven mighty Elohim in terms of the builders of the world. Do you know so the seven mighty Elohim are the archangels and their counterparts that are responsible. They received the message from Alpha and Omega in the beginning of time, and there's this whole band that goes across your forehead, and they are the mighty workers, and they get to they've built the world, and they're available. And then generators are the ones that they're building. I'm also a generator, so it's the building. So it's fascinating to me, all of that, to understand oneself.
Just a question. Are there more than 7? Because I'm familiar with the Elohims. I always call them the Elohims. I know there's different ways, but it's just like, are the 7 sort of the kind of the ranking of them?
I believe so. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I know that I took a class and I have a book, and it's called The Seven Mighty Elohim. And I'm sure there's other, ranking, archangels and, that exist. So, but what I loved about that is that they have the masculine and the feminine. So they always, it's called the archai, or the feminine counterparts. So it's the opportunity to really, again, engage in the masculine and the feminine, and to be in that dance. Right? It's so wonderful to have that opportunity to really embrace all of oneself. So yeah. So as I'm sitting here, I can feel like this. I want to ask you about judgment and self-love, because of the book that you wrote. What has been your journey, and what would you share about I know that we spoke about the embracing, but what have you learned about those particular aspects of one's being?
Self-love and judgment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Big question. Well, this goes back to reverence, which is, can I have honor and respect for the parts of myself that I loathe? Like the darkest, heaviest stuff. Can I give it the highest energy? That is the alchemy of love. It's like, to my fear, thank you. I respect you. Every time you surface, you have me double down on my visions of a beautiful future. Thank you, fear. There's that. There's just that.
Right, just that.
Judgment. Well, I consider myself a very judgmental person. So the redeeming quality is that I'm quick to judge, but I'm just as quick to love even bigger. So it's like I see it, and I'm like, I get that little cranky part of me that's just like, this could be better. There's 10 ways it could be better. And then I'm just like, oh, they're a child of God, and this, that, and everything else is amazing. And who am I to say? And it's all unfolding. So my cranky side, there's another, like, if I can have reverence for my cranky side, it leads to so much love. Really, if I don't, I'm learning. This is ongoing. I'm learning to not judge my judgmentalness. Just be like, I have this part of me, and it comes in handy more than just, it pushes me to rise to the occasion and be more loving. But the light side of that judgment is discernment. And the shadow side is, I'm probably just, well, not probably, I am judging myself. Just had me in a loop of striving and proving for a long time.
Yeah. Thank you for that. It makes sense. What you're saying makes so much sense. Absolutely. And I was having a conversation actually with Michael over the weekend about judgment, and
Mm.
I think that it is part of the human condition, right? There's judgment, there's observation, there's discernment, and when we stay in judgment, like I used to always say, what I judge, I will become.
Well, desire and aversion.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
What you are averse to.
Right. Right.
What
Oh,
you
yeah.
run from will chase you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't it fascinating?
I've had it's brilliant is what it is. I mean, it's really gets back to like, the triplicity of life, like desire, aversion, and inclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow, light, and that which makes both the shadow and light, feminine, masculine, God itself. I've had a similar, not a similar conversation. I've also had a conversation with Beckwith about, this was years ago. It's made it into a couple books of mine about unbotherability.
Mm.
And that is really, the superior move over desire and aversion.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we all want to be, but don't know it. Like when we say we want peace, well, really, you know what? It's like Lao Tzu said, the way is light and fluid for the man with no preferences. Right? And
Amen.
like, just be like, oh, I'll eat whatever. That's happiness. You're good. Oh, I can talk to whoever. That's good. And it's more than good. It's amazing. And this is part of this brings up the shadow side of boundaries in our culture. I think we're becoming overbounded.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, have boundaries, but don't stop there. Like boundaries, I think, are developmental. You get to them on part of your journey, and then you actually kind of ditch them after a while.
Because you embody them.
Because you embody them. Yep. Yes, that is a great way of putting it. There's an additional thing I would say. So I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, how I interpret because you embody them is like, I take care of myself.
Mm-hmm.
I make sure I get enough sleep. I make sure I speak respectfully to myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm embodying that. And the world will fall into the world will follow that vibration. I am well treated. I am not disrespected. Yeah, I'm saying that for myself, but also as a character, right? But also because you just become more loving and tolerant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have room. It doesn't mean that because the world is not always going to respect you because not everybody is loving and healed and all of those things.
Mm-hmm.
But that you think, wow, they are not very healed. They have not work. And I have room for that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't take it personally if you speak down to me. I'm not devastated if you're late or if you reject my work. That's your choice. I'm good. I'm full of love. I got room for you, got room for me. Yeah.
It's beautiful. Beautiful.
On a good day. On a bad day, you can suck it, There's still that. There's still lots of time they're just like,
and then we get to go back to the drawing board.
Yes, yeah.
Right? We get to go, oops, oh boy. Yeah. Still human. Still here. Yeah. Do you feel like this has influenced your relationship with your beloved?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I was writing How to Be Loving when I met him. Yeah. Like it was just I think once we really started dating, he didn't know what I did. It was like 3 or 4 dates in when I was like, oh, I'm a writer. What are you writing about? Love. Relationships. He helps me embody. He helps me walk my talk.
Mm.
Yeah. For two reasons. One, he drives me nuts and I have to be more loving. And two, when I'm not loving, he lovingly encourages me to be more loving.
Mm.
And then there are sometimes he's like, oh, you know, you could have been a little more heart-centered in the way you talk to that person. It's never like this. It's always when I come to him and say, you know, I'm in this tangle and should I, and higher, goodbye, hello, all the things. And he'll say, well, you know, what would heart-centered do? And I go, oh, right. What would compassion do right now? Huh. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah,
That's
it is beautiful.
beautiful. It's the highest purpose of love when you're in a relationship, to be able to have a partner that draws you forward because they see who you are. Right?
Yeah. It's great. So great. He was worth the wait. He waited a long time for him. It's worth it. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Well, you two are beautiful together. So it was just wonderful to meet him and to see both of you together. So I'm honored. And thank you. Thank you for being here. Is there anything before we bring this dialogue? I look forward to more, but in terms of this dialogue, is there anything else you would like to share?
Yes. The awakened heart of the mother, permission to embody your influence and create a powerful legacy. I think that the most obvious, accessible, consistent, evident example of Christ consciousness lives in mothers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like if anybody has any curiosity, like what is Christ consciousness? Well, you know, Jesus, the Christ, embodied it, and the Buddha embodied it, and so many mystics and avatars. And you as a mother embody it. We know it, we can taste it. We're not it all the time.
Right.
But when we tap into that unconditionality, when we would, I mean, it's that place you would die for them.
Yeah.
You take a lot of shitty treatment and you transmute them. You take a lot of shitty treatment without resentment. You're holding space for them to emerge. And we know it. We are it. We take, you know, we speak it, we cook it, we embrace that way. And I think, you know, I heard somebody recently say, you know, you can have unconditional love for your children, but all other kind, not for anybody else. No. Let the mothers lead the way. Yeah. The way we love our children, God is calling us to love ourselves that way, our partners that way, the politicians, the trees. And we can do it. If we can do it with our children, we can do it for humanity. That's the call.
Yes. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Wendy. So good.
Thank you. Magnificent. Wow. Wow. Thank you.
Thanks for being a reverend.
Absolutely. I am back with it. You know, it's your soul. It's a soul, such a soul call, really.
Yes, it has to be.
So I thank you for being with us, Danielle. Thank you so much. Thank you for the body of work that you have brought to all of us, that you make it possible. Thank you for this brand new book. I encourage everyone who is with us today, or you're listening to this afterwards, to go right now, and go get How to Be Loving, and follow Danielle if you are not doing so already. Follow her and stay connected so that you have the opportunity to be more loving to yourself, to be more loving to your children, your partner, the world. You know, it also reminds me of Howard Thurman, Dr. Howard Thurman, I love so much, you know, be more loving in my heart. So, yes.
Yes.
Bless you. Bless you.
Bless you, Wendy. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yes. We will be back. Stay with us. Thank you so much for being here. Was that amazing? So so beautiful. Each woman brings such a beautiful perspective into this space, and I'm so honored that I get to be the steward of this space. And in keeping with the beauty and the wonderment that has been presented here, along with the wisdom, I'm so excited to share with you too my next guest, Khadija Yansani. And so I want to let you know, I have known Khadija for, gosh, it's got to, I'll ask her when she comes on stage, but it's probably about easily 15, maybe more years. And we met through Agape. And let me tell you a little bit about her. Khadija is the founder of bloomintoyou.com and the creator of the Business Queen Academy, where she helps women deliver their soul signature in a coaching program. Over the past decade, she's coached her clients to do things like package their experience and expertise into a marketable product and have their first 10K month and position themselves as leaders in their niche. Khadija was a women's study major at UC Berkeley and is a certified coach. She is devoted to empowering women to love themselves and to do what they love. She is a proud mom of two, Naima, who's 8, and Khalil, who's 7, together with her husband and business partner, Mike. They live and they love to work with clients, and she loves to garden, antique shop, go on walks with her family. And if you are a soulful coach, healer, or service-based expert looking to attract more aligned clients, you will get her free gift, which the link is provided in the speaker bio. So please put your hands together and help me welcome to the stage, Khadija.
Crowd
goes wild.
Hi, Wendy. Thank you so much for having me. And I've been tuning in today. I heard your interview that you were on the receiving end of sharing. So I'm thrilled to have a conversation with you.
Thank you, Khadija. I love that background. I love those roses. That's beautiful.
Thank you. And it's funny, that's my pregnant belly when my daughter was 8 months. So we knew each other way before I had my children, and I forgot that it was there until I can see it now.
That is amazing. Oh my gosh. So I know you, since classes
yes.
And you were taking classes because I think I was one of the facilitators.
It was a money class. I can't remember what it was
called.
Yeah. But it was an Agape abundance class. And so I just loved it. And I remember you were one of the TAs, and the way that you would pray would move me so much. I'd be like, wow, it's just poetry. When you would pray, and I know it's still that way. So that was an incredible class.
Yes. I'm wondering if it was Reverend Cheryl Ward's class, but it doesn't matter. It is. It matters that she taught it, but what matters is that you are here with me now, and you are helping women embody their influence, and when they do, make it possible to create a powerful legacy. And I thank you for the work that you're doing and the integrity. That's one of the things that from the first time that we met, I just was so moved by who you are, like who you be. There's a beingness to you that is just so exquisite.
I so appreciate you saying that. I received that. And it's interesting, as I was thinking about our conversation, when I think about knowing you then in LA to how I've grown, I feel like that's something that people would always say to me, that they appreciate my energy and how I show up in the world. Yet internally, especially at that time, I felt like I knew that I had all these gifts. I know that I'm smart, but there was still a lot of self-doubt, and I didn't know what my offering was. And it was incredibly painful because I felt like there was more for me to do, and I didn't know how to quite touch it. And I would have never guessed that. Looking in hindsight, it makes complete sense that I would be supporting others to create and put out their own soul offering.
I love that. What's so fascinating to me is how we go through this phase of questioning, which I think is actually really necessary to really dive into, what am I here to deliver? What am I here? What are the gifts and the skills? What are my talents? Because when you have a calling on your heart, which you do, there's this, it doesn't go away. It like keeps, I know for me, it keeps me up at night. Like it'll wake me up and I'll be like, okay, spirit, okay. What is it?
Yeah. And I walked around like that for years. And it's so funny just because as mothers, that like that's part of what I would love to share or want to share with my daughter. It's like, I don't think that I knew at the time that I was going through it, that it was normal and that there's a learning curve, that we're going to experiment and try different things until you really land in your lane. And so I think part of the beauty now of so many women sharing their soul gifts, their offerings, so many gifts that have been taken for granted. So their healing, their coaching, their therapy, that I feel like there's more, there's a path now where it's like, oh, okay, I'm not just here by myself wondering why does it look so easy for others, when it's like, no, there are people. And I absolutely, like, one of the main things that I credit is being in circles of women, being in communities just like the one that I was at Agape with guides like you that really supported me to step into my power.
Well, I saw it when we met, and I always go back to that, that we'd meet at that coffee, and I saw it. It was really clear.
Yeah.
It was very, that there is a power and a strength within you. And one of the things that I appreciate about how our society has evolved is that there are more women who are willing to be there for each other and to disagree with that tenet of competition.
Yeah.
But really willing. To me, a teacher is someone who draws forth in someone else their own beauty and their own talents and their gifts, their genius.
Yes. Absolutely. I mean, I feel like that's part of my job as a coach. And I know a lot of people that are watching are coaches, healers, and guides, is that we see it for others when they can't see it for themselves, and until they do see it for themselves, and you just keep passing the torch on. It's like when it's such a gift for someone to be able to see your gifts. A lot of times I work with clients that take for granted, or just people that I talk to in my community, that they take for granted things that they do so naturally. Like, well, isn't everybody intuitive? Or isn't everyone good with dressing well? Isn't everyone a good cook? Like, why would anyone want to pay for this? And it's like realizing that no, not like everyone has their own unique gifts. And so the very thing that you could be taking for granted, someone else is like in pain and struggling over. And what a gift it is to be able to extend the hand and say like, hey, I'll show you how to do this, and say you can do this. It's not as hard as you think.
Oh, so beautiful. It reminds me so much of what mothering involves. When we get ourselves out of the way, when we do our inner work, right? To really allow ourselves to see these beautiful beings that are in front of us and see their gifts and their unique gifts, and to hold that container around them and draw forth, right? I know that sounds so formal. Draw forth.
No, but it's so true. I completely, and I feel like we're in an age and stage where we're creating that space where I think when I was growing up, or when other people were growing up, like, I feel like I have a 8-year-old, she's going to be 9 next month, a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old. And it's amazing just being on this side as a parent. It's like seeing how they came in with certain gifts. And yes, we're cultivating them and cultivating their interests, but they came here with their own personality and their own temperament. And I definitely see my job is to nurture. Like, I was as I was even thinking about connecting with you today, I know oftentimes mothers will joke or like, oh, that's my mini me. And even though my daughter comes from me, I don't feel like she's my mini me. And I don't want her to relate to herself as just a small version of me, that she's her own. Like, yes, there are things that we share in common and there are things that I want to share with her, but I absolutely, my son too, want to foster and be curious, like, who are they? Who do they want? Like my daughter takes piano lessons and my son doesn't have an interest in piano. He's interested in the drums, right? Versus being like, we all have to do it this way. And I think that that also applies to how we grow and share our businesses, that what works for you may not work for another business owner.
Yes.
And we just have to keep coming back to that like embodiment piece, like who am I? What do I want? How do I want to express myself through the vehicle of my business?
There's a lot there. It's so helpful. I mean, I love that you have the space for your daughter to play the piano and your son to play the drums. And then referring to the coaches and also to having the guides. But I have fallen when I graduated from my professional practitioner training, which is a very rigorous training. There wasn't training about marketing. Now, I had a background in that from being a publicist and a project manager, but it wasn't the same because it was about me. It was about the gifts coming through me. So going and working with different coaches, they all, they have a different perspective. And it isn't cookie cutter when your desire is to be genuinely yourself.
Yeah. So true. There's so many ways. I mean, I think that especially if you're a newer person, it can be helpful to have a recipe. I'll share, I am a first time home buyer and we've been in our new house for about a year and a half. And prior to that, thank you. Prior to that, I had plants in pots and I wasn't really planting in the earth. And then as soon as we bought, I was like, oh my God, I want to get all of my plants into the ground. And so I had a friend who's a gardener. My mom's an incredible gardener too. Like they literally were showing me, okay, you want to dig this much. You want it to be twice the size of the pot. And like, I just was insecure around putting, planting, even though someone might be like, all you do is dig a hole and put the plant in there. But I was just like, I just had the story that it was hard and it was new for me. Then once she sat down with me and there was something so beautiful, like my mom just turned 70, my friends in her late 60s, like just to have these amazing older women sit me down and like walk me through how to like be connected to the earth. And then I was like off to the races, right? Now I'm like, oh, okay, I'm in my zone. I'm finding out all of my little tricks. So I think that if you're new to marketing and it can feel very vulnerable to put yourself out there versus when you're promoting someone else and they already have a big following, you feel like there's already this stuff behind you. Whereas when it's just you can take things very personal. So in that sense, I think it can be very helpful to have a recipe to be like, okay, this is how I'm going to plant. I'm going to do step 1, step 2, step 3.
Yes.
And then once you feel like you've got that in, then you feel like you have more freedom to be creative, to toss things away. I see it just like cooking, it's like, oh, it needs a little bit more salt. It needs a little bit more thyme. I'm going to add some herbs. And so I think it can be incredibly valuable and helpful to have those frameworks, but then you also want to have the confidence to make them your own and then report back to you, because just like you said earlier, a coach isn't here to just tell you what to do. They're here to check in and pull out of you what's really valuable and important for you. And since we're talking about business and marketing, yes, there are things that have been tested that work really well. That may work for you, but if it's not in alignment, it's not going to feel good. And you didn't start your business to be inauthentic.
Yes, all of that. That's so, It's so rich what you just shared. I was, I know for me, that whole concept of having a method was really helpful, but not rigid, right? That whole, it can't be rigid. So, but to have a method, to have, again, it's a container, it's a roadmap.
Yeah.
Here's the roadmap, and here's what you do. But what's really also very helpful is to have somebody that you can lean into who's ahead of you, like like your mom and your friend that have been there, that are able to say, come here, sit down with us. Let us show you the ropes. Let us show you how to do that. And I love that metaphor. It's real, and it's such a great metaphor for permission to own your influence. Again, not that you're an influencer. Maybe that is part of your path. Maybe that you become an influencer, but the permission to be yourself, the permission to ask for help.
Yeah. It's so interesting because you're reminding me, I'm remembering when we planted those first few things. Her name's Barbara. She's actually a garden coach. And we were colleagues in a marketing program, actually, and she's local. But as she was sitting down with me, so on her website, part of her mission is to bring the joy of gardening to others. And we're sitting here in the dirt. I'm in my knee pad. So like there's a little hack, like she shows me like, so your knees don't hurt, get on this knee pad. And so some gardeners might think like, that's common sense. If your knees hurt, get a knee pad. But there was like this beautiful initiation that was happening, as she was showing me this. And just the other day, my mother, she propagates a lot of plants. And so she was telling me where to cut. Like, I would not know this unless, maybe I saw it in a book or went on a YouTube video. She's like, this is where you cut it. And like giving me her trained eye, even though she wouldn't call herself an expert in this, right? Which is what a lot of women do. Like I'm just amazed at the expertise of people that come to me, yet part of the work, part of the path is to own that expertise. And I think that, given that it's Mother's Day weekend, tomorrow's Mother's Day, like there's so many divine feminine skills that we take for granted, men and women too, take for granted and just expect from you because you're a woman, like holding space, right? Sometimes that can be an intangible thing, like holding space for a friend or for a client, or there's so many things that happen behind the scenes that you don't see that are creating the space, that are creating connection, that is making it possible for this conversation to happen, for that raise to take place, for these two people to conversate. And it's like I think the time is now for these things that have been called soft skills, which I don't know that I like that term because it can seem as less valuable than quote unquote hard skills. But I think that so many women are owning those skills as worthy of pay, as not something you're just supposed to do because you're a mom. We're just supposed to not appreciate our moms or motherly skills because that's what you're supposed to do, to really just having reverence for what the mother does. And so it's like when I come out here and I'm in this garden, like, wow, the reverence of nature, and how she holds me and heals me. And but there's just so much that you can put into the soil of your business, like there's so many metaphors that come from it. But it's time to honor and appreciate the mother, not when you graduate, not after this great thing happens. It's like she's there consistently in your heart, in the earth, like all around you. And being a parent now, like I have more compassion for my parents than I've ever had.
Right. Well, it's so beautiful to hear you speak about women and moms embodying their gifts, and how, I was listening to you, I was thinking, everybody that's listening, take out a piece of paper, write down 5 qualities that you just take for granted about yourself, like 5 things that are true about you. Good listener, grow great plants, laugh a lot, fun, like 5, just 5. Like,
Yeah.
it's so important to honor yourself for the qualities. And so, speaking to that and how important it is to take that time for reverence to walk through your life. And I know that there may be people that are with us whose moms were less than ideal, that because of their own challenges weren't able to be the kind of moms that we are. And so there is that invitation to address, to heal, to nurture, to soothe those parts and evolve beyond that, but not cut them off, right? To allow that to come in. And when I think about planting, I actually have a program that I've done in the past, and it's called Sowing the Seeds of Love, because I really love the metaphor of gardening. We get to weed out those limiting thoughts, the dysfunction. We get to replace them, reseed. So, and like yours, bloom. You get to bloom as you are. You get to bloom where you are. Pema Chodron, start where you are.
Yes.
So I really love everything you're saying about that, and so beautiful that you have had this experience with your house and with these women and with receiving support.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot that you said there. I can imagine, I think that even whether you've had a great relationship with your mom or a difficult relationship with your mom, or maybe your mom's not here, there can be a mother wound, even if you had a great relationship.
Absolutely.
And so my mom has been the person that has raised me and probably been my primary maternal figure, but there have been so many other maternal figures in my life, whether they have been coaches or teachers or extended family. And I think that if you don't have that it can be something that you pray for, that you say that you're opening your heart for, to have that maternal figure. It can also be someone that's not living, maybe it's an ancestor and you develop this relationship with a great aunt or a grandmother. I feel like books have often been my mentors. Getting support from a therapist or a trauma-informed coach or therapist to help heal those mother wounds. But then also, like, part of our work, which I didn't know starting and growing a business, is that you get to remother yourself and be that loving mother presence, that whatever you felt was missing, that your mother didn't provide, or you wish she had provided better, how can you start extending that to yourself? Like, that is so critical. I know that this is a diverse audience, but like, one of the things, some of you might be entrepreneurs, some of you may not, but we all have things in our lives that we mother, whether it's our business, whether it's a project, whether it's our children or the children of others. And how can you begin to say those kind things to yourself? acknowledge how it is that you're feeling. So if you felt like you were always cut off, weren't able to express yourself, like how can you now give yourself the freedom to express? And so for me, I was sharing with you when we connected a few weeks ago that my business has, and I didn't know that, has been such a huge vehicle for me to find my voice. And like the mother, the divine mother, you are so loved, and developing that relationship with the divine mother. And as you begin to create your gifts and express your gifts, like I feel like there's such a healing that happens, that you develop this relationship with the divine mother, and you also develop this relationship with your inner child that might be still grieving certain aspects of your childhood.
Absolutely. All of that. Thank you. Thank you for that. The child within us will always be there. And I found that besides motherhood, so I feel like there's degrees of transformation, right? So, I mean, we're all growing, hopefully, in some way or another. We're all having a spiritual death. We're all, in our relationships, there's spiritual divorces so that we keep evolving into the next, vision and version of ourselves, and becoming the women and moms that we always wanted to have so that we can be there for our kids. And I just really appreciate what you're speaking to, because it is a continual becoming.
Yeah.
It's not just one time.
No.
And so I think about relationships, you get married, or you get into a very committed long-term relationship, and you're saying goodbye, you're grieving the marriage, life partner. Then you become a parent, and it's like, it's a little different. It changes your relationship with your partner. And then they grow older, and then the dreams that you had on your heart before you became a parent start to rise up again, unless you're working, in your dream job as you're growing with your children. And then they get to a point, and all of a sudden you're left with you again. And so having a business, so it's like all these stages of transformation, and having a business taps into all of that, all of it, your self-worth, your value, what it is that you feel like you're here to do. How do you manage with a child or two children and a partner, or if you're a single parent? There's so many different expressions.
Absolutely. I love hearing you also lay out the landscape, because my kids are still in the house, but just to hear, your daughter having gone away, and then finding, this is just the beauty of conversations like this, because it gives you a window into what's to come, and all of those things. It's just, when I look at my journey along the parenthood path of, like, from nursing to dealing with toddlers, and as they go to high school, and having women in your life at various phases, to like, oh yeah, your brain parks a little message that they said that now feels applicable to you in present time.
It's so true. It's so true, because I've often said the days are long, because some of those days when you have a child under 5, some of those, like, you feel like the days are years. You're like, oh my God. And then they fly by all of a sudden. But the seeds that you plant in terms of connection with your children from birth to 5, these are the connections that continue to grow stronger. Kids will go through an individuation stage, of course, but it doesn't have to be that terrible, like, by the grace of God, or, who I am and my husband is, we didn't have a rebellious teenager who had to push against every limit, because we were with her along
Yeah.
the path. So she did what teenagers do, but it wasn't in reaction to us or in rebellion to us. So I truly believe that when you feed them when they're young, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, physically, they continue to grow into more of themselves,
Mm.
and you get to be their steward.
Ah, that just warms my heart. And I love hearing that. And that's like my biggest hope. You know, sometimes I have this thought, I'm like, I hope they still want to hang out with me when they're older, because they're like at my hips right now. And I love that you've fostered that type of connection where even though she's no longer in the home, that bond is so present.
Absolutely. And I want to also speak to a couple of things that I think are miscommunications that parents are told, right? So there's this, very intense message that kids aren't your friends. Right? So
Mm-hmm.
I want to say your relationship with your children is one of the most non-sexual, intimate relationships you will ever have. And the mother-child bond is very strong. The father-child bond is strong too. And there's that mother-child bond that is very specific.
Yeah.
And so you get to be close with your kids. Yes, you want to foster them being independent, original thinkers, but in no way do you have to cut them off.
Yeah.
When you're mindful, I mean, there's things that I wouldn't tell my daughter because she doesn't need to know them. But if my daughter asks me a question like she has from the time she's little, without giving her an emotional suitcase to carry that's too heavy,
Yeah.
I respond very honestly.
Yeah. Well, I love how you phrase that. I don't think I've actually heard it phrased that way before, that the bond that you have with your children is the most intimate, non-sexual bond. I don't know if that's exactly your words, but it's so true. And I don't think I knew, even though I've always wanted to be a mom.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a mom. I wanted to be pregnant. I wanted to give birth, all of it. I still didn't know. And it's just like, I mean, now being a parent, I'm like, wow. And as close as I am with my mom, I didn't realize the level of depth and intimacy that a mom has with her children. And it's just the fact that we even confine love to just be between, you and a partner is really cutting off the amount of love that's available to us. And
Absolutely.
I love how people are speaking about relationship in more broader terms, because we can have intimacy with our friends, with the people that we work with our children, and love being spoken about in this way just has it be that you never have to feel like you're lacking. And it doesn't mean that you can't have a desire for a partnership or any kind of other relationships, but as you were just speaking now, Wendy, the way that you said that, it just really landed as true. It's just like, yes, it is such a bond that even in my dreams of motherhood, it's hard to know until you actually experienced it.
Yes. 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 Thank you. Thank you. And I want to say so much more. And I know we're going to have more of a conversation at another time. So I want to just say to you, thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for being the mom that you are, and the wife that you are, and the coach that you are, and the daughter that you are. I really appreciate you. And I'm so grateful we have this opportunity to connect and for people to experience you. And I know you have a gift for our viewers. Would you share what your gift is?
I would love to. And thank you, Wendy, for asking me to be a part of this. And everything that you're doing with the Million Mamas movement. Your dedication and commitment to mothers is so inspiring.
Thank you.
I do have a free gift. It's called The Ultimate Guide to Client Creation. It is a PDF. So if you identify as a soulful healer, coach, mentor, guide, and you're looking to attract more authentically aligned clients. I think you're going to love this guide. It covers the 4 M's of client creation, which I see as mindset, manifesting, marketing, and how to monetize your expertise. So you can check that out.
Beautiful. Thank you. Yes, there's a link with Khadijah's bio in her bio, and you'll find it there. So we'll make sure that you have that. Thank you for being with us. Have a beautiful Mother's Day.
You too, Wendy. Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
Bye for now. Hey, everyone. So incredible, right? Just could you feel her heart? So magnificent. Okay, so we are getting to wrapping up this event. I want to remind you that you have an opportunity to have lifetime access, and you can listen to all of the speakers at your leisure and do the exercises that they have presented in the comfort of your home. And it's $27, and that includes a soul alchemy consultation with yours truly. So I invite you to go to the page, and you have that opportunity to have that. And I'm really excited to share with you the next guest that's going to come forward is somebody that I have known for a number of years, and I just love what she is doing.
Hello.
So I'm just bringing up her the interview that we had the other day. You are going to love that. So let us just bring it up.
Hello, everyone. It is me, Reverend Wendy Silvers, and I am here to share with you somebody who is such a dear, dear friend of mine. And what's so exciting to me is that when I met this woman, we met through a business coach, a mutual business coach, and I just loved her. I loved her honesty. I loved her self-responsibility, her wisdom, her comfort. She's so comfortable in her body. And I just thought, oh my God, I really, really am so happy to meet this woman. And then as we got to know each other, we realized that we had so much that we shared. And she's brilliant. They shared in common. She's brilliant. She's heart-centered. She's soul-centered. She's funny. And when I thought about kicking off the Awakened Heart of the Mother, which is about permission to embody your influence and create a powerful legacy, I was like, okay, Jenny Glick is the one to have to kick this off. So we were sitting around chatting, and I'm like, Jenny, I just can't wait to have a conversation with you about this particular topic. So we are going to go deep. I just want to say, trigger alert for those that are with us. This, might be a little sensitive for you, but that's okay, because what is happening here is for you. It is to support you in growing and expanding and becoming more of yourself, loving yourself, so that you can be that for your family. So let me tell you a little bit about Jenny. While Jenny is very licensed, she has a master's, she's a therapist, LMFT, a CST, an MSc. She is a licensed marriage, family, and child therapist, certified sex therapist. She is a catalyzer. She creates containers for women and helps them really embrace their magic. And she's been working with couples and families and women for over 25 years. Her work has included owning and running a successful counseling center in Denver, Colorado, serving couples struggling with connection, intimacy, and stuck in the do I stay or do I go hamster wheel. In 2018, Jenny sold her brick and mortar practice in order to go rogue, no surprise, and build a company online where she could mentor women in living in alignment with their deepest desires. She has a really powerful program that she's going to share with us today called Sacred Union. So I just invite you to put your hands together and welcome Jenny Glick to the stage. Woo!
Thank you, Reverend Wendy. What a welcome. Thank you so much. So much love for you and your generosity in inviting me here with your beautiful audience.
I'm so delighted because, there's so much about what you do that speaks to women embodying their influence. You know, the word you can substitute power, you can substitute oneness, wholeness, but it's really there. This is the time, if there was ever a time, to embody your influence. And so you create a powerful legacy.
Absolutely. And in my languaging, I talk about be more you.
Yes.
Because we're given the message as women, daughters, partners, wives, whatever role we play, the multiple roles, to be less. You're too much, or that's uncomfortable, or you can't question that, or you can't do that, or who would? And all of those pieces, because we're so relationally based, right? Like we don't want to hurt someone, and it's fine and it's okay. And so I just won't. And what I found is that so often, and even for myself, I muted myself, my sparkle, right? The things that make me uniquely me, I started culling those because it didn't fit being a therapist, you know, whatever the different roles were. And so as I've been just being more of me, which means being less of what I'm not, which is kind of the easiest thing in the world, right? It's really been a life revolution for me.
I love that word revolution because it's got evolution in it.
Yeah.
And I remember years ago using the word, you know, revolutionaries or evolutionaries. And it's that, you know, we were talking a little bit off stage about the sensitive topics, right? So in this world that we're living in with so much polarization, there is this hesitancy to say what's on your heart. Because if you do, and when you do, the backlash is so strong.
Yeah.
And I have felt myself holding back, questioning, speaking very tentatively or hesitantly about something because, oh my goodness, what if I offend that person? What if I offend that person? And so I'm guessing I may not be alone. Maybe there's some renegades on this, you know, watching this with us that are like, you know what? F them. I'm just saying whatever I want. What do you say to women who come to you about really throwing that to the side and embracing union with yourself?
Yeah, such a great question. And it's so timely because I believe, again, this is my belief. And so for those of you who are watching, this maybe isn't your belief. Totally fine. Like all of us have our own belief bubbles that we're in. And part of what makes life interesting is for my belief bubble to bump up against your belief bubble. And Wendy and I have had this where we have two different belief bubbles, and then we get to know each other more through our difference. Beautiful. Celebrate diversity, even with what would appear to be two middle-class white ladies, right? Who feel like there's no difference, right? But there is. It's just difference. So, you know, there are many levels to this. One is the divisiveness that we have externally, especially in the last 3+ years, I believe is just showing up the divisiveness and the meanness we have interiorly. So it's shadow work. We've all been dancing with our shadow. So to the degree that I'm willing to make someone else wrong is the degree to which I am so willing to make myself wrong. And I am the first one to admit, and I went through this, I'm 23 years married next month to my husband, a long time. I know you're a long timer too. That I spent the first full half of my marriage being mean to my husband. And I would say that to make him a victim. He's not a victim. He was co-creating the situation just like I am. You know, I believe in sovereignty. We all have our own authority in our own lives. But I was so quick to judge and be mean to him because I was mean to myself. I had a boot on the back of my neck in everything, and how I did school, how I was a mother, how I showed up as a friend. So that meanness was in me. And what I saw, part of the many things I saw over the last 3+ years, was that meanness, that poison, right? The readiness for that poison to shoot out around us. Not because we're bad, but because it's excavating what's inside, right?
Yes. Oh, so well said. It is so true You know, what we see on the outside is a reflection of what's on the inside.
Yeah.
And we have and when something comes up, we have an opportunity to pause and get still and see, what is this here to teach me?
Yes.
Rather than defend against. You know, I love that phrase of living with an undefended heart.
Yes. Yes. And for many, I believe, women especially, the desire to not hurt anyone has created a self-silencing, a self-muting, and then we're not available to have deep, diverse, important conversations that will create new paradigms, new worlds. But if I'm too afraid, you know, to your question earlier, Wendy, so many women who I talk to say, I feel bad about wanting to, whatever, work with you, go on a retreat, take this nice vacation, whatever the thing is, because of my privilege. I just feel bad about that. And for me, I'm certainly aware of privilege. I have a master's degree in women's studies. I taught, about privilege 24 years ago, at the University of Arizona. So it is not a new concept to me. And I don't believe that it serves our world for a woman to deprive herself of feeling good in her life. Because I know when I feel good, when I'm well nourished with pleasure, with rest, with friendship, with time, to nap, I am generous, I'm creative, I'm participating in the world in a way that I'm not if I'm so busy self-terrorizing about what it is I should feel guilty about or small myself around.
So much in that statement. There's so much in that. So I really understand that. And I also feel like there's also a piece in that allows people to be mindful. If there was the opportunity to look at that, right? Because it's so part of the zeitgeist, right? In this world, privilege and all the different genders and pronouns and all these things that give one pause, right? I'm kind of globalizing part of our conversation, and I'll go back to it. But in some ways, there might be a little mindfulness that's added, because before they would never really think about it. They might not think about, wow, I have a lot in my life and what a blessing it is. So I'm going to work with Jenny. I'm going to go away with Jenny. And I'm also going to find a way to give back. So I feel like there's a part of that can be really used for good. But the self-hatred and the self-loathing that comes up, I think that's not good.
For sure, of course. And also, and this is, again, kind of edgy, you and I have never talked about this, the altruism that comes as a way to be salve on one's guilt, right? That in order to do good for me, I have to do good for someone else, because otherwise I'm bad, right? It's so complex.
Yeah.
Like, and what I encourage the women who I work with to do is to sort of participate in kind of an internal family systems kind of process where we're doing a couple different things. One, we're identifying different parts. Like, there's a part of me that wants this. There's another part that feels this, and another part that's doing this. And then at the same time, bringing in, for me, it's less mindfulness, which I believe is more of the masculine presence, which is useful, but the feminine presence practice is sensuality. So it's feeling in the senses, the body, right? So my body, when I think about, taking a walk outside by myself, my body gets warm. So it's a sensation. So it's a texture, it's a temperature, it's a color, it's a sound, it's a deep in my heart, right? And so to really activate what's happening in your senses, because that is what I believe where our truth lies, is
Yeah.
in our body, because our mind does this thing, and we've learned to like quiet the mind. You shouldn't think that. That's bad. You know, that thing. But our body has so much information and wisdom for us.
That's so profound.
Mm.
I'm so curious too, because you are so educated, which engages the mind and the mental processes. And you've also been you've been guided clearly as a sex therapist and as somebody who really talks about embodiment, just as you did, to really engage the body.
Yes.
What led you to that?
Oh, honey, let me tell you. I'm so glad we are on this conversation and the other people can benefit. I, like so many of us, I was a good student. I sat in the front row and I knew I could find the answer in a book, right? So my husband and I, when we got together, our sex life was not great. It was not what I wanted. And which, of course, me being mean to myself and mean to him did not help. We have a son with an autoimmune situation. So we didn't sleep for 10 years. My husband was hit by a car. We had a lot in the first 4 years of marriage.
You did. You had tons.
We had a ton. So we went through so much. And I was going to every sex therapist, couples therapist, 2 people who are internationally known, who if I named, at least one of them, your audience would know that name. And they told me, you know what, if it's not there, if the chemistry is not there, it's not there. And I'm a deeply spiritual person. And I knew in my body that wasn't true for me and my husband. I know my husband and I, not because it's like La La Land, we're so in love and he's my Prince Charming, but for some other reason that I don't understand up here, I knew that there was more unfolding for me available in this incredibly safe, loving container with a man who's my best friend. It didn't make sense to me to just be like, meh, no chemistry, I guess we're done, right? And so that's why I went on to become a certified sex therapist. And that didn't help either. Because what I've learned since, and love my sex therapy community, but it's very heady, it's very clinical. It's very go on a date night, do eye gazing. And I was like, I am coming out of my skin. Are you kidding me? You want me to eye gaze? I want to punch him in the face because he did not change the laundry, whatever was happening. And so then I was failing at the homework that I was given because it was not working. And then I felt broken because my husband's like, I'm game. Like I'm doing all the things. He's showing up. I was the one considered low desire, right? And he was high desire. So then it's like, okay, what do I have to do to like amplify my desire? And so we did that dance for a very long time. And then I discovered sex coaches, which is a whole different thing than sex therapists, because sex coaching is all about the body. And what I discovered working with a sex coach in like 5 minutes, I was like, wow, was that my capacity for pleasure in my body was about a thimble full, about 45 seconds, because I had conditioned myself for productivity, getting things done, scanning the environment in my mind in the house of what the dishes need to be done or what grocery shopping or what project or email. And that it was my protector, the part of me that was coming in, preventing me from accessing more pleasure, that even though now it is pleasurable in my body was protecting against the unknown, Yeah. So there's a lot there, but I'll stop there. But that's what really got me very interested in coming to know my body. And as I've expanded my capacity for felt pleasure, of course, our sex life has changed dramatically because I can receive. My husband's like, I want to give you pleasure. I want to give you pleasure. And I'm like, yeah, don't touch me. Blah, 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 blah. So it's just been a whole different awakening.
That is transformational right there.
Mhm.
That little nugget, that statement that it was correlated, the correlation was your resistance
Yeah.
to pleasure, to felt pleasures, felt sense pleasure.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, I was talking about this with a client last night, who's very cerebral and lovely, you know, and she was like, well, I don't know that that's true. And I said, okay, think about it this way. You have like a 5-gallon bucket full of conditioning for anxiety, annoyance, fear, right? Judging other people, judging yourself, all the things, because you're doing it all day, the email, the tire on the car, right? How much time do you condition yourself? Just like going to the gym, you're conditioning your muscles. Condition yourself to deeply receive pleasure, which is different than gratitude. Gratitude's in your head, you know?
This is so good. Oh my God, this is so good.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Embody your influence. Embody yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. And this conversation. So I've been really out there more and more on social media talking about pleasure. And, you know, I termed this year, 2023, pleasure fire. That was my word for the year. I'm only going to do things that are pleasurable. And it's been really interesting, the feedback I've gotten from people, because I support my family. I'm the financial supporter. My husband left his career, and we don't have some huge amount of money coming in from family investments or anything. So, you know, that none of that is happening. And to me, I felt like, okay, I've been playing this game in the world. I'm going to be 50 this year. For my entire adult life, I've supported myself since I was 18 years old. I've been playing this game the right way for this whole time. And I've been doing all the right things, getting all the right degrees. And I have burned out my adrenals like many people. I have, you know, all the things that I have pushed myself to do. And yes, I've made money. I've been able to support my family as the sole provider the last 5 years. And I thought, what if I could do all of this pleasure first? What if? Like, I'm just going to try it, like, because I will never know if I don't do it. And you know what? We're like at May, and I'm tracking better than I was last year. And I'm doing what feels good and what lights me up. And so that, I feel like, is a revolution for women, that we have permission to do everything. Our parenting, you know, our sex lives, our intimate relationships with friends, our businesses, right? Through a lens of pleasure. But it requires us to grow that capacity for pleasure. And when we do that, we also can be present. Because if you can't, pleasure and presence go right hand in hand, because you're not going to feel pleasure in 5 minutes or 5 minutes ago. It's right now, right here, right?
Just take that in, everyone. Just stop right where you are. And just, if you're willing to put your hands on your heart, you know, maybe one hand on your heart and one hand on your womb, like right above your belly button, and just close your eyes and just feel the energy behind the words that Jenny just said. Pleasure and presence. Can't feel it in the future. You can't feel that in the past. You can only feel it in this moment, in this breath. Open your eyes. Oh my gosh, Jenny. That, and with that is the work behind that. The releasing, the letting go, the walking up to the shadow and saying, I'm so scared of being in this present moment. What if I can't get this? What if I don't get this? And letting that go. Right? The conditioning, the trauma, all the things that we've took on, the past 3 years of this divisive polarization. What if we let that go? There was no pleasure in those 3 years.
Mm. Yeah. And you know what? Just to be a voice, because I hear this from women all the time. I had a lot of pleasure those years,
Oh,
you know,
good.
and I hear women all the time say, I feel bad because COVID wasn't terrible for me. It was actually, I got to be home with my kids. I shifted my focus. My partner and I spent more time together, but I can't say that anywhere because, you know, there are all these other things happening, which is true. And that's the thing. Like, I can have had an experience. I mean, we happened to it. We left Denver in 2019, bought a house in Mexico on the beach, you know, July 2019. Brilliant. So for us, there was nobody in Mexico. We were paddleboarding every day. It was quiet and peaceful. People weren't traveling. So that piece was lovely, you know, and there was a lot of other stuff, you know, fear and veils dropping and all the things, right? But it's how it is that we can have room for all of it. Because I want, when I'm communicating with you, Wendy, or anybody else, I want them to feel safe to share a perspective that maybe I don't share, but I can be in community with you, right? It can have been really hard for you, and I can honor that, and I can see that, and I can say, yes, for me, parts of it was hard. I lost friends, you know, there were things, and parts of it were really, it was really how I became who I am now, because it was an invitation for me to be more me, probably in the biggest way in my whole life.
Well, in full transparency, I'm going to tell you that when I said those words inside of my body, I felt different, because the past 3 years for me were not filled with pain.
Yeah.
There were stressful moments. There was frustration. There was sadness about what was being communicated and the pain that people were going through. But at the same time, my husband and I got to spend a lot of time together. I treated it like an inner retreat. I got to be with myself, and my business is on a lot of it is virtual. You know, we're just venturing out, you know, where things are opening up, but I felt like there was a peacefulness. I loved seeing families together, dads at home with their kids when they weren't normally. So there was a lot of families being together.
Yeah.
So I want to say in full transparency that my body wasn't congruent with the words that I was saying, while at the same time, there may be people that are with us.
Yes.
That for them, there wasn't a lot of pleasure.
Yes. Yes. I so value, this is one of the reasons why I love you, Wendy, and why you and I are friends, because honestly, the people in my inner circle are people who are in real time self-reflective. And you and I have had some of these conversations where it's like, oh, wait, okay, I didn't see that. Yeah. And to me, it's not about having a smooth path in a relationship. It's when we hit a bump, how does that invite me into more of me and you into more of you? That's real intimacy. And I find great pleasure when I have the opportunity with another woman of substance, right, to dance around something like that. And to have, I love the women in my community where I get to, because I catch myself saying things or agreeing with people, and then I'm like, hold up, because my body says something else. And I'm like, that's actually not true for me. I just agreed with you because I wanted to play nice. And I'm realizing that's not my truth. So I appreciate your perspective, and my experience is different. And what a world if we could do that. You know, and the women in my community, we talk about no big deal. You know, it's a no big deal thing in NBD. It's a no big deal. Like, that's fine. Nobody's judging anybody here because I'm not judging myself. So then, of course, I'm not going to judge you.
Right. Oh, freedom.
Freedom.
Freedom. That's freedom. And you know, when we were off stage, we were talking about the redefining the definition of woman. Right. So, but here's freedom, like the freedom to say, okay, wait a minute. I know you're going to get really angry. You're not going to like what I have to say, but I'm not in agreement with that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's not my truth.
Yes.
And you know, if there's no place for me to dance around my personal lived experience, I'm not saying what you should believe, in order to excavate it, be curious about it, then how is it that we will ever have a pluralistic culture that celebrates everybody's beautiful uniqueness? I believe we're all these beautiful expressions of the divine, and we should all be different. We're all different facets. And, you know, many, you know, I used to consider myself very liberal and progressive, and now I don't know where I land on any spectrum of anything, you know, anymore. I don't feel like I belong anywhere. Because that used to be really celebrated. You know, we used to have a celebrate diversity sign in our front yard when we lived in Denver. And I used to joke with my clients, like, yeah, you'll celebrate diversity out there with, you know, people of color or my neighbors who just immigrated, but not diversity in my home because my husband stacks the dishes differently in the dishwasher than I do, or difference of opinion with my best friend around what's happened the last 3 years or politics. You know, I take celebrate diversity very serious. Like, to me, yes, absolutely. And Wendy and I can have different experiences and I can still love her, right? And it's perfectly fine. And I celebrate that you get to show back to me a perspective of the divine that I don't have. So thank you for that, right? Yeah. So I think, I mean, the conversation around women, and the term women and language, I believe our words are wands.
Yeah.
We spell ourselves into existence with our words, and the word woman has, WOMAN, has a particular perspective, right? Just like all the other words, right? And so I appreciate really thoughtful conversation about that without it making anybody wrong, or without it meaning that other people shouldn't be safe, shouldn't be able to express their own femininity, regardless of the body that they were born into. Like, yes to all of that, right? Yes to all of that.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. I want to go deeper into that with you. And because I feel like it's a really vital conversation. I remember as a child, one of the things I like can see myself as a little child walking around and saying to my mother, well, who said that gave the word, like, son means son, or like who? And I remember feeling my mother's, she was at one hand like, wow, that's a really great question. But on another hand, kind of frustrated because she didn't have it. She said, well, somebody just called it that. And I was like, well, why? And so with all that's happening in our world, and to further, just in the time that we have left, to expand upon it, there is no judgment toward anyone who is questioning whether they're in the right body or not. Absolutely no question, no judgment, no, it isn't about that, but it is for me about the marginalization to an extent of uterus born women. And wanting to honor that is something that was very sacred, you know, a uterus and breasts, and so there's just been this attack that's happened. If people question, why can't we have a conversation about this? Great empathy for anyone who feels like they're born in the wrong body. Cannot even imagine. I mean, there's kids go through, when you go through the developmental stages, there's all sorts of confusion and figuring it out. And it's meant to be like that, so that people arrive at, well, this is where I am. But so much has changed, and that's been weaponized, and that's been politicized, and that's been made into a money-making venture rather than a humanity experience.
Yes.
So I want to have that conversation so that it's safe and gives people permission to have curiosity.
Yeah.
One
So
of
much there. So much there, Wendy. And, you know, the first thing, even as those of you who are listening, to ask yourself the question, what am I available for? Right? Because in this moment, even as we're having this conversation, and I know this is true for me because I'm not holier than thou. I'm human. So there are certain topics where I know I'm available to make somebody wrong. That's what I'm available to do.
Right.
I'm not available to celebrate diversity because I still am dancing with whatever my thing is. And so when we start with what am I available for in this conversation? And if there's a place where a part of me is available for inquiry, for curiosity, for wonderment, beautiful. Then we can look at, you know, the power of words, what it means to own being born with a uterus and breasts, and that's a particular path, just like being born with a penis and testes, and just like being born with whatever else you might be born with, and then recognizing that this does not match up. These are all particular paths that are equally valuable. And, you know, we should have words and language around that that are honoring for everyone, and spaces where that's okay too, right? And I think because we've been further trained in the last 3 years to politicize, because I believe nobody's politicizing anything or weaponizing it. We do it. I do it. I participate in it or I don't. And so really taking a look at where do I weaponize or politicize or make somebody wrong or say, what an idiot when I'm listening to a podcast. Because I've done that the last 3 years for sure. I've probably called Wendy and done that, you know, like for sure. So I'm politicizing, I'm weaponizing. And so if I don't want to feed that system, the system for me is never out there, it's in here. And so I start in the moment, right? With that conversation and introducing something new, which can be very uncomfortable when everybody in the room is talking, you know, those idiot, whatever, this side, that side. We want to join, we want to belong. And some of us as women don't want to disrupt and say and think, well, you know, my perspective. But, you know, I've really come to, I like to be a bit of a provocateur. And so I'm not contrary with people, but I do feel like it's important because often in my circles, people value my opinion, my perspective, to say, you know what, that's not my perspective. And I don't need to convince them or make a PowerPoint about how they're wrong, just to, you know, let them know that someone who they respect and are friends with has a different perspective. I think is part of how it is that we depoliticize, de-weaponize some of these hot topics, you know. So that's my perspective right now on that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. There's so much more. You know, I have this, as you were talking, what was just moving across my awareness was, why don't we politicize love?
Right?
Why don't we do that? Why don't we really embody, give ourselves permission to love?
Yes. Yes.
So,
and part of that, I would say, is pleasure. And because we're so not deconditioned, we're not conditioned to pleasure, we don't miss it when we don't have it. And
yet we do.
Yes, we do. We want it. We feel like something's missing. Right. And so the more that we can be practiced, I believe every person on this planet should be living a pleasure first life. And obviously my pleasure should not be impeding on somebody else's safety. Right. Like clear, you know, to me, it's like, I shouldn't even need to say that, but apparently I maybe need to say that.
You do.
Right. And condition that more in our bodies, right? So that we can be living and anchoring the light and love on this planet, which is why I'm here, you know?
Yes. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you. So Jenny has a program which I will make sure that you receive a link to. It is a year where you get to celebrate you and reconnect with you.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
So
absolutely. And your audience, if I can just say, because that I will extend the early bird special for your audience another couple of days, since some people might be watching this on recording. And so they can just message me privately about that. And I'm happy to give them the early bird pricing, since they won't be aware of it. So they can just let me know. I'm through Wendy Silvers, and I'll know that.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Jenny. Thank you, everyone, for being with us and having an open heart and open mind and open ears as you continue to journey with us and the awakened heart of the mother. I just invite you to remember this. You are powerful beyond measure, loved beyond description, and a force for good in the world. So go forth and spread your magic, spread your love. We will see you soon. Peace and many blessings.
Peace.
Ta-da! And that brings us to a close of this 2-day live event. I want you to know that I'm so grateful and appreciative of your being here with me. And so the continuation of this event is going to be the bonus speakers. We have some bonus speakers that you are going to receive in your email. There's also an opportunity for you to have lifetime access to all of the conversations that we had today, as well as a soul alchemy consultation with me. It is the time for you to embody, to embrace, to integrate the power of your soul into your very being. And I'm so happy that you joined us for this 2-day conversation, and you will continue to receive the wisdom and the beauty and the brilliance of the bonus speakers. So as you go back into the activities of your day, I just know that you are buoyed up, you are refreshed, you are renewed, you are restored. I speak this word knowing that there is something that has been awakened within you, and that you get to go forward and spread your magic, because as I said, you are powerful beyond measure. You are loved beyond description, and you are a force for good in this world. So go forth, do not hold back. These speakers shared with you the ways in which you can continue to walk forward humbly, boldly, authentic, vulnerably in your innate, immeasurable power. I am here for you as well, and I will make sure that you receive opportunities to continue to shine, to soar, and to be the best vision and version of yourself as a woman and a mom. Thank you for being here. Have a beautiful day. Have a wonderful, wonderful Mother's Day for those that celebrate. It has been my absolute joy and blessing to be with you. Peace and many blessings. Farewell.